Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm still like adjusting my mic, sorry. You might hear some weird noises. Don't worry about it. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Hi, Bleb. Hi, Ion. Hi, Rogue. Why is my eye keep closing? Look, Feezy Face. I know I have a small eye, alright? But please, my eyes are wide open. Oh yeah, did I forget to... re-enable them? Oh wait, no, they're here. Yeah. There it is. Oh, will the place my body doing better?
Understand where the subtitles.
Oh yeah, subtitles. Yeah, thank you. I forgot. Duh. Headset. Headset. Oh my god. Hello again. Hello again. How you doing? This time I am very ready to do this. No. Our Sword Tales. Also welcome everyone. It's fine. This is normal. This is normal. This is normal. Don't worry about it. I never checked out War Tale though. I'm kind of curious on what it is. We jamming. Good shit. Good stuff. Finish up being a machine for future users for wager mechanics. Minecraft, I guess. How was War Tales? I hope everything went well for you. Also, hi everyone. Welcome in to whoever comes in the raid. I don't know why my eyes keeps closing. Look, I'm Asian. My eyes supposed to be small, but jeez. But jeez, man, my eyes ain't that small. Well, they are small, but still. Alright, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Alright, my name is Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I do art occasionally as well, and I have a bit of a love towards fighting games. So yeah. I like it, Picasso. 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 Maybe if I can alter some settings here. Blink sensitivity. Oh, 0. Kosong. Nada. I'm not even gonna blink. 0.3? Maximum is 0.5. Now it doesn't blink. And the eyes are all over the place. They're not tracking at all. Oh, they're kind of tracking now. I don't know, man. I honestly, I have settings on really terrible because I want to try using 3D things along with Deep Rock Galactic and see if my PC would die. I don't know. Hopefully. Game machine was good. Nice. Just sleepy after a 6-day work week and sleepy. Oh god. Yeah, 6-day work week is tough. But yeah, I'm glad your stream and game went well. What else is in Steam? Right? Here, let me check it out. Oh, 83 ringgit? Oh, it used to be 111 ringgit. Oh. Just 6 days of work. I'm a working mailman, so it can get exhausting. Oh, mailman. Oh, no wonder. Yeah, I can imagine working so much. I'm chunky in real life. I don't think I can work that much, but hey, bless your soul. Honestly, without mailmans, ooh. Yeah, I want to try with all 3D stuff along with the Rock Galactic and see how it goes. Yeah, yesterday I was all over the place, so didn't really do anything after the raid. So I'm still sorry about that, right? Let me check out the channel. Oh, that's you. Ooh, that's kind of adorable. Oh, that's a nice starting screen as well. Wow. On the upside, he's always buff and he's very buff and fit. Sounds like it. I mean, if you don't have the stamina to just walk around all day delivering mails, must be tough. Like, I would say it's definitely not fit for me. I am not good in terms of, well, physical stuff. I'm terrible. Yeah, I was gonna say, please, if you need to take care of yourself after the stream, definitely, right, take care of yourself. The post-stream care, very important, alright? If you need to get some rest, get some food, get some sleep, get some drinks, whatever, go do them. I appreciate the lurk and the raid, definitely. Okay, let me. Sorry, I don't know why my voice just keeps doing that. These months. Still haven't fixed that all, but someday. Let me try Deep Rock Galactic. I'm probably gonna get the game to be like very graphic wise. It's probably gonna be shit, so that PC can handle it. I think. I hope. Anyway, let me just string myself real quick. Also, I'll still be playing engineer. Don't worry about it. Engineer so that I don't need to aim, right? Where am I? There it is. Close this, open this, play. Engineer gaming so that I don't need to aim. It's so good. Oh, I'm lagging like crazy. Where's the game? The game's gone. I'm just trying to move the... I found a wandering trade. The villager highly annoying. Usually has trash items for sale. I assume that's Minecraft again. Someone else to my surprise said Scout is an easy class for solo. I guess for traversing thing, like traversing the caves, yeah, it's an easy only on that part. But to shoot, I don't know. Also, this game is heavily modded. I feel my brain hasn't woke up yet. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Oh! It's a kobold with bling blings. Look at bling bling tail. Wow. Like there are a few customizations for this. If it's like kobold able, it will say KPM. Otherwise, I mean, it works, but it's not properly done. You know, so there's like KPM and then non-KPM. I mean, this works. Oh yeah, so this works, but look at that little snoot. If you got a good overclock, Scout can be beastly in combat. Ooh. Hi, Crip. Oh, it's been a while. Hope you're doing good. None.
No, that one.
Especially beards. Beards, they have different ones. They count beard as horns. Yeah, they count beards as horns. I mean, you can still put beards in. It looks... It looks but... I mean... It looks like neck fluff if you want to count it that way. That looks like neck fluff if you want. You know, neck fluff. Look at me. I have neck fluff. New York been preventing me to get on. Oh, wait, you're in New York? Very man, Scout very strong. Mostly concerned about getting to the riches, but guess there are enough ways. Oh, you mean on the walls? Oh, new work. Oh, oops. Sorry. Oh, my brain needs to wake up. Oh god. New work. Alright. I gotcha. And then sideburns is the tail, I believe. Yeah, sideburns is the tail. See? Clean shave, dragonkin, gilded, luminescent, spade, classic, and a water weasel charm. look at the water weasel charm. Look at that weasel.
Maybe.
Can't see neck fluff. I didn't choose it. I want horns. I want the bling bling horns. Oh, hi Brian. Oh, we go. We go. Is this a mod? Easy to see. This is a mod, yeah. This is Kobold model mod, and then also Kobold voice mod. Yeah, Kobold model and Kobold voice together. Eyebrows, nah, you cannot see the eyebrows, but I like the whiskers. I mean, there's spikes, there's saber-tooth, spikes, and whiskers. I think there's more.
Passion for creativity.
TF2 mod. Is the TF2 mod? Sideburns, right? Oh, that's it. What? Tremendous wave wall. Alright, there's a few more.
Can you hear this? Yes, good. Good. Single bird, huh? If I pay attention, really like it. I said, okay, good. Watching too much analog horror. Ooh, analog horror is cool. They are scary as fuck. Yeah, analog horror is really cool, in my opinion. They are also very scary. What's the catalog again? Mandela catalog? I think Mandela catalog is like the first one who started the analog horror thing, like becoming mainstream something. But yeah, analog horror is so cool. Give me click. So much more. Wormhole special? Season Moonrider? Needs so much things. I'll get Wormhole special.
Mandela Catalog is what I was watching. Ooh, yeah, Mandela Catalog is really good. It is spooky as heck. I watched it during one night and I couldn't sleep well. I was like I was I was really terrified. Like the whole night, it's like oof. Oof. How much I slept? Same. I know that feeling. I was there. It's like ah. If you sound worse than a UHF radio, sound like a CB radio. Oh yeah, also I have some audio thing going on. They have the new options here. Yeah, a streamer mode, disable copyrighted jukebox music. I guess there's some music that's copyrighted. That's kinda sad. Never again. Never again. It's so scary.
Alright, here I go. Just don't record me.
Kobold dance. It's so cute though.
For the greater good of the pack. Cheers, big ears. I am everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Where am I?
Rolling the saving throw.
Yeah, there's a kobold voice mod as well. Can I? Oh.
Yep, I just wormholed myself. Wait, that sounded wrong.
Yeah, why am I inside the drop pod? It's a really good mod. What can I say? It's a really good mod. Like I'm a kobold. It's a win for me.
I was asked to tell you to stop kicking the barrels around, but honestly, have fun.
Thanks, Tweak. I have the Tweak mission control as well. They recommended this. It's like, yeah, sure. In coma? I don't know. Alright, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Breach the core? Matrix core? Complete this and you will get a good head start on your collection of weapon overclocks and rare cosmetics. This assignment cannot be aborted when first started. Ah. But then it's like so much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 of them. That's a bit much. Lethal? This one? Put for sale VOD on Hazard 4 and we will grant you access to Hazard level 5. I die on Hazard level 3. I die on Hazard level 3. I don't know if I can do Hazard level 4, let alone 5. Hey, you know what? I think I'm good enough. This game easy. Why? Because I'm good. Oh, I want this. The breach cutter. No collapse damaging anything unlucky enough to be nearby, leaving a residual plasma field for a short time. You can also manually trigger the explosion by pulling the trigger a second time when the projectile is in flight. Oh. But I think I like the triple split line. The line projectile opens almost immediately and can hit multiple targets at a very close range. Shorten the time it takes to reload. 10 of them, 1 for each hour. That's 10 hours, right? Yeah, I do quest really slowly, by the way. Especially when I'm doing solo, you know that I'm gonna just explore everywhere. Or maybe I'm just stuck at a single objective that I cannot find them. I'll use this weapon. The breach cutter. Oh, this one, right? Rival presence? Mineral what? Sensors detected rival presence. What do you mean, rival presence? And then there's what? Mineral mania? It's home to unusually high concentration of regional mineral resources, and that's good. Breach cutter funny. It's good, right? It cuts through so many things at once, like yay. Get the new chair for your spine? Sure. What do I need? Do I need to do? I need to do hers at 4. Ooh.
TTS test. Discord presides in society. Your society. Vantage creeps into society. Your society.
What's with societies? I'm doing Hazard 4, man. I'm doing it. Like I'm probably gonna die, but hey, I have Bosco. I did kill 3 dreadnoughts. Wait a minute. Nah, I got this. I
You guys get in the pod, and
I got this.
Totally launch this thing, because I know how to do that. And I'm not looking at the manual right now.
Dude, this game easy, I'm telling you. 3 dreadnoughts solo? I'm made for this. I am totally made for this. It's the 3 dreadnoughts in Hazard 4. Yeah, don't worry about it. Everything is under control. I think. I'm scared. Get it. Get. No. Get. Please. Well, if you don't want to be with me, then.
Yeah! Golden scales!
Oh yeah. Isn't it like a drink that buffs a little bit? This one. All terrain requires 1 less pickaxe hit to destroy. How much do I have? I have 25. I don't need this. It's not like giving me more health or anything. No. Trivialize them with scout, but with endgame build. even then they throw me sometimes. Well. Well. Oh. I got this. I have turret. Turret's OP. My turret's pretty OP, I would say. Has a 5 equals 1 mistake, you die. Sounds about right. Oh, I have big numbers. 18 is 1. What's blue level? Hi, Bosco.
This will never get old.
Oh boy.
We're sending you in to get rid of some glyphic cocoons before they get even bigger and uglier. I didn't even know that was possible.
Oh boy. Oh boy, how do I play this game? Why am I doing this? Remind me why I'm doing this again.
Smash and shatter.
Especially Arbalest. Motherfucker would be like, teleports behind you, fireball shotgun your ass. Shit. Sounds like taking Akuma. Not far off, I would say. Not far off.
Second helping.
I crash 3 times? Sure. I still like the mining of this game, really. So good.
Alright, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
Who is that? I'm gonna die. Who is that? I don't remember you. Oh yeah, that I also have the oof mod. Don't worry about it. I have the oof mod. I forgot.
You're out.
It's a rival robot due to rival presence. Oh yeah, no wonder. Okay. Got it.
I got the loot bug for gold and nitra, as well as the byproduct of guilt.
Sorry, loot
Depositing
bug.
minerals.
God, I'm such a child. The Roblox oof noise makes me laugh every time.
Platform.
Also cheese. Cheese. Shiny. I guess it's everything.
Listen to those minerals go.
In Soul Dreadnought D isn't too hard, no. He actually slows down and opens himself up in solo. In Northeast, he's no chill. Oh, okay. You know that's good to know. That's good to know. Oh. Hi, I found something.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Perfectly fine. Definitely don't need help or anything.
They balance it like that? At least they cater to the solo players. That's good. I'm so gonna die. I don't even know how to survive this shit. What is that? God
Okay,
damn it.
sentry placed and ready to be armed.
Oh. Oh, is that radiation?
Armed.
Oh my god, what am I looking at? Ooh.
Is that all? I can smack you with my tail if I wanted to. That hurts.
Oh jeez, these things don't die, do they? Oh, I can get Steve!
You know me, Steve.
Oh, Steve dead. Why do I feel like I'm dying? Is there a Praetorian? It is a Praetorian.
Who did that? Oh yeah.
I'm almost dead and it's like with a dreadnought. I'm so good at this game.
Reloading.
Alright, all good. Jump down. Oh, there's more Eno Pearl. Or Eno Pearl. What is that? God. Can I have some peace here? I mean, what am I saying? This is hazard 4.
Where is that old girl? Molly! That's all? You're ridiculous!
Molly, please, Molly. Like, when he does his scream, then AoE slam attack, in solo the scream takes a few seconds, you have time to move. In multi, either oh.
Patrol bot fried!
Who? What? Why do I feel like I keep getting hit? Skedaddle in less a second they explode. Oh, it's a god bug.
Cheese.
Platform!
Cheese.
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 Oof. Oof. Oh, oof, oof. Cheese.
Cheese. Ooh, cheese. I'm so glad I preserved this mods. I'm glad that these mods still works. Cheese.
Listen to those minerals go.
Do I just jump down? Sure. Oh, that's an egg, right? Oh shit. That's a little bit faster than I thought.
Walk!
Silver Ridge nearby? I'm not seeing it.
Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar.
Yeah, fuck is still audible. I cannot. Oh, there is. How do you know?
Pick that up for me, please.
Yeah, I cannot wear Ridge because I'm having Bosco.
Shake those legs of yours, Molly.
Yeah, fuck is also a good, very important mod that I need. Who? Bosco.
And a little closer to our quota. I've missed you too, Hoxies.
Why there's so many things? There's no more then? I assume there's no more, yeah.
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
It's a lot of
Sentry
them.
placed. Time to set it up.
Oh wait, Steve,
I
Steve,
love
Steve.
that you never died, Steve.
Oh my god.
Surprise! Just when I thought things were getting boring.
Kobold, please stop. I'm gonna die. Okay, more than one, I believe, for Matt.
Machine of
Huh.
death. Look back down.
It's so sad. Look back down.
Fuck!
Who? Why am I getting bonked? Hi, Narix.
Love the sound of that.
Oh. Oh yeah, I have this gold patch. I forgot. Oh.
Platform set and ready to use.
Caw. Feels good.
Reloading.
Everything's fine, right?
No, I once had a nightmare that I was the mule and Molly was the... feeling much better now. Die, worthless crystal!
Everything's gonna be fine, right? I'm not gonna die 3 times in a row, right? I even have Steve. Let me just clean this up real quick. I don't want the spooters to just crawl around the things. I should probably get more nitra. Put one. Oh, I should put one like. Yeah, I don't have enough nitra.
Platform out.
Jeez.
Platform created.
Isn't there? Yeah, there it is.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Jeez. Can I go up? Thanks. Why are they in such weird places? Alright, there we go. I think that's... Oh my god. Okay, that...
You were to tell me that my next
There
job
should
was
be
gonna mining
one.
and shooting bugs at the same time, I'd say you were crazy.
One... supply drop?
Resupply on its way.
Beer requisitioned. Launching now. What? Oh, it's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to have beer when you get back.
Alright, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna
Resupply
do
line
this.
is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
I should get one first? No, I can get one afterwards, it's fine. I'm gonna regret this. Alright, here we go, here we go. Oh.
Try to give it everything you've got.
Shoot him! Why are you moonwalking?
Shred 'em.
Oh! Turret, turret.
Reloading.
Oh fuck. That's what I get.
Ammo taken. Just what I need.
Yeah.
For the pack.
Oh boy. Please don't get close to me. Oh, that went a lot more better than I thought.
It's dead. It's actually dead. Yeah.
They must have nerfed the shit out of it. It was not that easy before.
Reloading.
Don't know what this is.
All right, loading back up.
The plan is there's a two low ceiling above the platform you want to get on. You won't pull yourself up, grab my gear. Hurts, right? I'll throw one.
Oh, come on, you creeps! Just give up already!
Hey, that's good enough. The space exists there, but the game don't care. Yeah, the game just doesn't care. What am I looking at? Brute Nexus? I'll shoot the bright things then. What? There was some mighty oof actions. Swarmer generator? Oh, so if I don't kill them fast, it's just gonna keep generating swarms, huh? That's kinda scary. Oh, hi Steve. I didn't know you're still alive. I didn't know Steve is still alive. Okay, good. Yeah, they must have nerfed the shit out of it.
Yeah, it's you and me against the world.
I've been there, right? Jeez.
Platform up.
Oh yeah, I was there. That fight made me feel very confident. Oh.
Right over here, Molly. Come on. Ah, I love that sound.
If you freeze a brute nexus and kill while frozen, it don't generate additional bugs. Which is why Cryo Driller is fantastic. Ooh! Oh, I never played Driller though. Cryo Scout is 2 IG? Oh, Cryo Scout 2. Oh. Oh, is that Patrol Bot again? Sounds like Patrol Bot. Yeah. Hey, I have my own shredder. Yeah. Dreadnought nearby? I forgot I can recall sentry guns. Who? Oh, okay. Isn't bothered much by Swarmer's brute spawns, especially not when paired with the Colette.
Steve, you're the best.
Wow, so there's still so many things for you to explore, huh? I think I mean, at least the last time I played, I just promoted my engineer, question mark? Promoted, right? It's like once my engineer hits level 25, and then I went to like the memorial hall. Explosive microwave. Oh, nice. Oh no. Mm. Ooh, one egg nearby then? Yeah. Steve walking. I know, right? Gosh, Steve, you're so good. I wouldn't want to end Steve. Oh yeah, one funny thing is that this game's Voodoo doesn't trigger my phobia a lot. Like I have a tad bit of what do you call that? Arachnophobia? I have a fear of spooters. It's not Molly.
You're my friend now. We're gonna have soft tacos later.
I'm glad at if this game triggers my arachnophobia too much, I don't think I can enjoy this game. Which it didn't happen, so I'm very happy about it because I do love this game a lot. Or maybe it's just that I love this game too much to a point where I just don't care about my arachnophobia. It's mild. It's not like a super phobia or something. It's just a little bit. Yeah.
This is fun!
You pet with pickaxe? Yeah, that counts, I would say.
Smash the worthless thing!
We only pet Steve. The rest we pet with pickaxes. Gonna need a lot more nitra.
Load it up and heading for the mule.
Oh, to go!
Never go back to just simply mining! This is my life now! Steve, what happened? Steve? Steve!
I think I know that. Snake?
Die, worthless crystal!
I need everything. Give it to me. That's good enough. Oh god.
Critters, keep them away from your tails!
Patrol bot? They just ran away? Oh god, alright, I'm not fighting it here. that an egg? God, I didn't mean
Control
to!
bot incapacitated. Time to hack it.
I saw the egg,
Let
but I was
automate
too
shit
late.
again.
Here, have a supply bot on me. And by on me, I mean on you. And by on you, I mean give me your nitra.
I saw it too late. I saw it too late. Oh, fuck. Get it, get it.
Loading up for more destruction. Yeah.
Alright, what do I do with this guy? Oh, hi. Ooh. Oh, jeez, that hurts like... Oh! Ooh, that was a direct hit. Just shoot it, just shoot.
Look, the position of cuteness has already been taken.
Rocks? So I need to kill the small minions, I think. Yep. That's bad, right?
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Tick, 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 take. Me first, me first. Thank you, thank you. Oh, goodness me. Where's the little bubble of yours?
Loot bug pumped. That was the last I got.
Oh, that's bad. Oh, parkour! Ugh!
Bosco, help!
Molly, don't run! I need your buff! Molly, please come back! Molly! Molly, don't betray me like this!
Okay, okay, taking ammunition.
Oh, you don't know where I am. You don't know where I am! Oh! It's not it, right? Oh god, how am I supposed to? Just a little bit more? Yeet!
Help me, Bosco!
Bosco, help! Bosco!
Bosco, you're my hero!
Do you have like one more? Oh my god. Really? You would do that, would you? You totally would.
Out of our way, Sentinel. We got a bigger bug to crush.
Okay.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
Hey man, rude. I'm trying to get things in. The floor could be better. I'm stuck. Thanks, game. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Ooh, Hive Guard is difficult.
Get me up, Bosco!
Okay, can I tell Bosco to shoot like a rocket?
Let them bullets fly!
Oh, I'm dead.
And that's a high guard to the kill board. By the kobolds! How pathetic and humiliating for them! Why not? I can't use this for anything.
Oh. I've got 1 HP. 1 HP with a dream? Yeah. That's sad. Oh god. I mean, at least I killed it. 1 more dreadnought. No more revives. Do I have enough nitro for another one? I took everything, right? Oh, so what is this?
Coordinates successfully downloaded. Now to check the terrain scanner.
Yeah, I took everything. Oh.
Yeah! There's the adrenaline!
Gosh, any nitro I can get, I need them.
Reloading!
Jeez.
Platform placed!
Jeez. 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 Me when 1 more dreadnought? Yay? When it's twins? Oh, I hope not. I hope it's not twins. Twins can heal each other, right? If I remember correctly. They heal each other if they don't die together. Which is
Come
like
on, Molly!
mega pain. Bulk Infestation isn't standard game, it's for the mission content and randomizer mod. Oh.
Chow down, Molly.
Where was the egg just now? Here, right? Yeah. I shot the cutter here and he's just like, yep. That's my life now. Oh god. Twin heal one another, gotta lower their health in tandem so they heal depending on their HP difference. Oh god. I just wish it's not hacking. Oh. I know that sound.
Letter form deployed! You should have been repurposed for gardening!
You not.
That patrol bot doesn't even know what planet it's on! Now's our chance! Obey me, you bloody tablet piece of crap!
Oh.
I'm about this close to smashing this thing! Hack successful! Oh, hey!
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Style hacking system at us. Oh, I'd shred the circuits with my moves.
That pretty much out my chance of winning, isn't it?
Top of the food chain now, bugs!
Patrol bot seems pretty strong. Unless you can take one out from full HP before they start to heal animation, which is such a scout build can do. I guess engineer is pretty mid.
Crunchy!
But I do love engineer because I don't need to aim. Just the turret alone, yeah. I love turrets, so that I don't turret, so that I don't need to aim. So compare with a HPPGL NG, HPPGL. Sounds really specific. Wait, I'm back here. Huh. Whoa.
Ha! The warden ain't here to watch over you now, bugs!
There was one around here, I think.
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Cheese.
Looks like the same one.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Oh, we get a certain stubby overclock soon then? Don't need to aim at enemies if you can shoot your turrets to make them explode. I think I had that one, but I didn't choose it. The turret upgrade, right? I think I can vaguely remember that description of just shoot your turret and it will explode.
Cheese.
Platform out.
Oh, I saw a turret upgrade. That's with the shotgun, not the stubby. Voltaic SMG. Oh, the other gun.
Rocks and stones may break my bones, but beer will never hurt me. Gee, I'm feeling poetic today.
A sudden dwarf takeover. Yeah, I'm back here. I should probably run back then.
Hey, anyone up for a game of hack in the bot? You know what this reminds me of? The fact I hate touchscreens! How small is the hitbox on this thing? Hello, positronic matrix system. Welcome to the real world.
So now I have two patrol bots. Oh, I win.
And another one busts the bullet.
These robots don't like melee. Power will take them to get rid of them quickly when possible. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good to know. Oh.
Cheese.
Platform up.
I should probably go back and check. Like at some point during the cave or during the tunnel here, there's like tendrils. I think it's there. This thing is not... Yeah, it's not hostile. Yeah, here. The tendrils should be up there. It feels like it's out there. Have fun doing your thing.
Cheese.
Platform created.
Oh. Probably? Maybe? Follow this thing? No. Bosco. Bosco, please.
Cheese.
Platform.
Oh, it's gone. Or not. Big brain or small brain? Oh, extremely small brain. What the fuck?
Get away from me, you oversized shaver!
Oh, is the road there? Oh wait, I never been here before. Oh, that thing ran away. They know, they know. Looking for something, I don't know. Looking for a certain egg. Oh, it's just here. Wait, let me get that, the thing. Yeah, I've not been here, Okay, okay. Good to know, Alright, good to know. Oh, shit.
A dangerous bug-infested planet! Well, guess what? I am danger! Steve!
Oh, I want Steve.
I knew you'd come back to me! Whoa! You smell that? Payday!
Payday. Hey, let me get this real quick.
Ammo taken!
Oh yeah, this map. Oh, there it is. That's it. Okay. Ah, I forgot map exists. But then this map is kind of hard for me to understand. Or that I just have a bit of a bad sense of direction. Which is probably the reason why I stopped playing Dead by Daylight. Like, I do love Dead by Daylight. I enjoy the game a lot. But it's like every time I miss so many things, like oh. Ooh. Wow, okay. Oh, that's bad, right? Oh my god, why there's so many weird things? Run! Let me get the shield back first.
I feel rejuvenated.
Those things, right? How do I even get in? Like, without getting bullied?
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, what the fuck is going on?
Face shredder.
Go, 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 go. Go, go, go.
Die! Get off of my land, rooster! Yeah! Painting the whole cave with your blood! How about you shove aside? And now you're nothing but nuts! I guess you should have bolted!
Thanks, kobold. They get your bad sense of direction just by just going everywhere. But then that's the thing, they expect you to go everywhere. And then they can just like
Sentry up! Let it rip!
do whatever they want. What is this?
Yeah! Set him up! Knock him dead! And I'm getting paid for this shit! This is a life!
I don't like this thing.
I bet you those other little blippers are so jealous right now.
Think it's paddable? Oh! Maybe?
Keep this overload! Oh, it's so cute, I'm gonna die!
Why am I padding though? Oh, I'm gonna die. Not today. Praetorian? Oh, I need that thing.
Cheese.
Platform!
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform placed! Never felt better.
Nice. Oh my god, there's so many bots around here, I just noticed. I should probably get rid of them before I start the dreadnought fight. That means that I cannot just shoot my breach cutter willy-nilly.
Cheese.
Oh god.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Cheese. God, I still remember the first time I got the cheese, the mod. Every time I shoot a cheese, I'll just laugh until I tear up. Cheese, it's so good. Cheese.
Smash the worthless thing!
Uh oh.
Fuck! Looks like I'm the one that bursted your bubble!
Oh boy. Can you get down from here?
Oh shit!
I don't know if I can shoot. I can use shotgun like a sort of a sniper.
Steve! No!
Oh god. Why am I doing this?
Shredder swarm! Glyphid spawns! Let's find and destroy the brute nexus hatching them!
Suck on that! Sentry down!
Okay, just keep running for now. Just keep running. This thing's tough.
Watch and learn.
I wonder if they got good stuff in here. Is that why they have so many good, so many things around here? Don't quite follow the logic. Don't it mean you arrive at the right place guaranteed? Well, it doesn't help that the target keeps moving at the same time as I do. So that I will probably not reach the right
Platform set,
place.
Dirty and ready.
It's not guaranteed that I'll reach the right place.
Shoot, 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 go away!
Cheese.
Platform!
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform out!
I need to check how much nitro I have. Mind the entire map. No, it's like, oh, you could go. Wow, I'm dead. Oh god. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. No die. No die. Never panic. Never panic.
Resupply ordered.
Never.
Red sugar are on the way.
Never get panicked. Should probably kill the Praetorian first. Hit the thing.
Shredder swarm deployed!
Alright, our present's here. Everybody go get what you need. Alright, loading back up.
It's not Deep Rock Galactic, it's Dead by Daylight.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Check out this move.
Okay, I can order one more. Oh, that's good to know. Too many Brute Nexus and Spitballers. Feels like it, definitely.
That had to hurt.
Cheese.
Platform place.
I'm surprised there's not a single swarm going on. You know, like the mission control would just be like, team, it's a big swarm coming your way or something like that. None of that happened.
From downtown.
Whoa. That bonk is so good. Any Trimobulu cat? There's no storms in elimination missions, only random waves.
Like
Oh,
dual
okay.
flamethrowers and beer.
Mod the way away. Mod the map away. Where's my sentry again? Let me just recall it. Also goes to show how little me knows see the game if me mixes them up like that. Don't worry about it, me too, man.
I love the sound of that.
Oh, what is that?
Alright, sentry placed and ready to be set up. Armed and ready. How repulsive.
That thing looks bad, isn't it?
Cheese.
Platform. Gotcha. Hack completed. No more rival turrets giving us trouble. At least for now.
Nice, nice, nice.
Look, I don't work well under pressure.
Ooh.
There, you see? Only took a few bullets, a few shocks to the right circuits, and it's pointing the gun in the right direction. I love this job.
Time zones are on refining, mining, escort, and point extraction, I believe. The rest either have event swarms or other things being the main interest. Okay. One more.
Shredders deployed.
Oh,
The bigger they are, the more holes you can pierce right through them.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Cheese.
I think that's high enough. Oh, what?
What did I eat?
that made me jump. That burp is so loud, made me jump. Oh, fuck. I mean, I know I'm jumpy, but not... maybe not this jumpy.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use. Slam dunk.
Oh.
I think we're kicking tail here.
Alright, just one more dreadnought. And we're good to go. No more revives though. I'm a little concerned. Okay, need 2 more Bulu caps. Not seeing Bulu caps though. Oh, I see 2 of them. Okay, okay. Let me just get this. Get this.
Cheese.
Platform placed. Okay, taking ammunition.
You're jumpy? Yeah. Nice. Ooh. Oh, control bot. Oh. They're so good at hiding.
Secondary objective complete. Make it home to collect your bonus. Wait, if they don't make it home, do I get their bonus?
Yeah, I don't need to take that. I'll leave that now. Let's go get the dreadnought now. Well, it should be very nearby. Oh, there it is. I can only see it at a certain angle. Can't really jump down there, but I'm a little afraid from one of these. Go get him! I'll just walk down. There's no way I lost an egg.
Die, worthless crystal!
It's so big though, how can I miss an egg? I mean, it's definitely up here somewhere. Oh, I found it. Oh, that's gonna be such a nightmare to find them here. Oh. I think I'll jump down and find them down here. Yeah, I think that's a better chance of winning, to be honest. More place for me to walk around is always good. That's all the resupply.
Resupply ordered.
Nitro has been withdrawn and a supply pod is inbound. Why are we accepting Nitro when we could be accepting credits?
Who? What? Where? Who? What? Where?
All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar.
I don't know what hit me. Okay, reloaded. Alright, here we go.
Shredder's out.
This is fine, right? Yeah, this is the first one I found. Lucky.
Full impact.
Please don't hurt me. Woo!
I'm sorry, but there's only room for one cute thing here, and it's me. I feel fresh out of the egg.
Yeah. Alright, all good, all good. I got so lucky.
You're still alive. It's a win-win situation. Press the button on the back of the mule and we'll send in a drop pod.
Oh, I got so lucky.
Loading up for more destruction.
Alright, all good.
Smooth, real smooth. Drop pod's on the way.
Where's Molly? Oh no.
This kobold's a little sleepy.
I didn't put down the
The drop pod has arrived.
I didn't put down the turret.
I mean the mule. Retrieving the mule.
Go, go, go! Drop pod is
Drop
away.
pod departing in 5 minutes. There's no way you don't make it in that time.
Thanks, Meal.
Go forth, my people.
Come on! I'm still here!
Let's go, Meal. Oh, this might be a little
Come
bit
on,
too
we
small.
can do this! Come on!
Oh. Oh. Wait. Wait.
Redder swarm.
Fine. Imagine if I die here. That'll be kind of funny though. But now I don't want it to happen. Oh, I dug this hole. Oh, lucky. Oh, it's so good. Oh, this is such a good hole. Oh my god. Throwing it again.
Drop pod departing in 4 minutes. Hey,
Hi,
wait,
I'm
we just
stuck.
want you
Please,
now.
can you move?
What do you mean we have to wait for them?
Get a move on, come on! Ooh, I'll never get tired of this!
Oh. Really? Here? Right, all good.
G.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Yeah! Oh yeah, Molly's not here yet.
The mule is stopped.
Oh, whoa, bye-bye.
Thanks you for all your great work. And now, of course, we're leaving without you. Oh, right, this is Rock Galactic. That means I have to wait for them.
Confetti and yip noises you a victory.
Yip noises for victory kobold. That is actually very scary. Look at that. Hazard 4, no less. I am very, very surprised. It was a good warm-up mission. Oh no. I think the first Dreadnought is a warm-up. Oh. Okay, okay.
Good job. You're making good progress on your assignment.
Thanks, Tweak. Hazard 4 is easy.
Point for me.
Oh, since we have so many perk points. Get out of trouble with short bursts of speed. In quick succession while moving forward to activate. Isn't there like a dashing perk? Where you feel like if you hold shift for a little bit and then you run a lot faster? I don't know what perk is good for me. I mean, I do have Steve. Dash is double press shift to run a lot faster. Go berserk for 10 seconds, then we should get boosted melee damage and a lightning fast pickaxe power attack recharge. Why is it shift? Doesn't it usually slow down in most games? I think most games I played, shift is the run button. And control is the slow button. Or hide. Nah, I think my current perk is fine. Industrial sabotage? Isn't this like a boss fight? Okay. It do be a boss fight, okay. I got this, I think. I'm gonna go look for nitros before this. And not the trivial one. I got this. I think.
Mission selected. Drop pods leaving with or without you. Gary, what do you mean it can't leave without them? Oh, right, I guess they have to be down there.
Ooh, what's this?
Why are you dancing when you could be making money? I don't understand.
I don't understand.
Gold for the bowl!
Okay, let's drink something. Wormhole special. Oh, Blackout Style is my personal favorite. %10 more Morkai when mining? I'm not getting Morkai. Let's get Blackout Stout.
I've got the day off. Might as well party and make it a short one. Blackout stout, Lloyd. Even I know they don't look like that. Yeah. That's pretty.
That's pretty. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, feels so good. Quick! Quick! Someone turn off the gravity field! This is gonna be good. Molly, I'm not... Minerals. Not. Okay, just a dream. Oh, crap. Did anyone hear that?
Gosh, I love the voice acting here. It's so good. It truly fits a kobold. It does. I was getting carried by breach. Oh yeah, this stubby voltaic SMG. This one? Electrocution to arc from one target to other. Oh, I don't like this one. Yeah, I don't like the lock-on gun. It's weird. I'm getting this one. Okay, Pinky. Have good luck. Why do I feel like having max ammo is good? I'll use this one.
Sounds like a Lovecraft god name. Glurk glurk glurk.
Glurk. Lovecraft god name? Oh. You mean like Lovecraft, the not Minecraft, the other thing. The writer? Who writes like horror stories, I think? I may be wrong. Ah, okay. Yeah, Hawkeye system. I mean, if I'm fighting a boss, I think having a Hawkeye system would be good. Yeah. Hi, Foxy. Huge piece of shit, but he wrote some really great fiction. Aw. Speaking of huge piece of shit, recently I've seen some people are actively trying to out pedos in Twitter. It's like, wow, cool. I mean, I'm glad, to be honest. Like, sometimes I feel like this fandom can be quite welcoming, but it's too welcoming at some point, so it can get a little bit scary at times. So I'm glad they're outing all those, like, the bad apples in the fandom. Alright, here we go. Using a new gun. I'm a little scared.
Fuck!
Right? Finally beaten Terraria. Oh, I didn't think Terraria is beatable. But oh yeah, good stuff. Hell yeah, man.
Rock and stone! Come on, get in there. It's gotta catch you.
That kind of scum is always trying to insert us into
DRG how the
LGBTQ plus in
kobolds do
general.
it.
Yeah, that's the thing. They try to present themselves as allies, but in the end they just like sort of not the ally. You know, it's sad, really.
Looks like another group's got their eyes on Hoxus. So we're sending you in to destroy everything they have there and steal any data.
Jeez.
Man, I wonder where this tech is from. It doesn't look like dwarven or goblin tech.
Like these kind of problems appear around Twitter a lot, I would say. Or maybe it's just because I use Twitter a lot. I'm pretty much just use Twitter. I mean, I have Facebook, but I don't use it a lot anymore. I pretty much just go to social media to look at dragons and stuff, or to just find stuff that makes me happy. Just install Instagram yesterday. Ooh. A lot of my friends use Instagram. A lot of my real life friends, that is. Only today because my wife has it and wants to send me stuff on it. Oh, yeah, that's a good reason to have a social media account.
I haven't got room for any more.
That's a lot of nitros.
Molly! Where are you?
I don't browse on there for anybody or anything. I just read her messages to me.
It always gets me whenever I see you define the laws of physics, Molly.
Yeah, to me, I just browse dragon stuff, or some like, or some pet videos, dog videos, or like skink videos. You know that there's like
Access
You see Skink doing some dumb but adorable things. Yeah, those kind of videos.
I've got my hands full. Can you carry that for me, Bosco?
Thanks, Bosco. Bosco is great.
Cheese.
Platform created.
Cheese.
Cheese.
I feel bad.
I
I have
got
to
the
kill
loop up
them.
for gold and nitra, as well as the byproduct of guilt.
I have to kill them. I need nitro. Should I still find some
And
cooking
go back
videos and
to our
bird
boat.
watching? All three ornithology videos? All kinds of videos out there, huh? Hi, Fang. Gibby is a lot softer than this game, huh?
You're out.
Just start playing Dead Cells for the first time. Right when you started streaming, and I gotta say this is one of the best indie games I played in recent memory. Hi Fang, how are you doing? I just love exploring in this game. Something about exploring in this game. Oh, maybe not. Help, I don't know how to shoot with this gun. I missed my shotgun. I have to aim with this? How do you aim? How do I aim? Oh, this is bad. This is bad. I miss my shotgun, I really do. Oh boy. Bracky, hi. How you doing? I just found your channel last night. Like before I raided, I was like, I don't know who to raid. And I searched for like the scaly tag.
Oh yeah.
It's like, ooh, a dragon.
Emotional damage!
It's still very loud. God, I nerfed it though.
Oh yeah. Feeling much better now.
I think that's everything here. I'm not going down there. Doing good. Hey, good to know. Hope you're having a great stream. Oh, I am. I am enjoying this game a lot. I mean, I stopped playing this game for a bit, but then I found out that they have the new kobold mod. I was like, And then I'm here again. Oh. Wait, that's not it. Also, I'm pretty bad at... I mean, I'm not good at shooty bang bang games. I'm good at punch games. You know, I play fighting games a lot. But not these kind of games. But it's fun. I'm glad you is enjoying it. Where am I supposed to go? Where's the third? Oh no. Oh, the drums. I heard something.
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built.
Oh my
Sentry
god.
armed.
Whoa,
You're
my
going to kill
bad.
Kobold? That's just embarrassing.
Yeah, the drums are happening again. Is this still dirt? Oh, there is Wah. That that's a really thick dirt. Gems and crystals? Yep. Why are you poking me? I'm just trying to get you. Oh.
Looks like I'm the one that bursted your bubble. Down you go.
Oh good, oh good. Gems and crystals sounds nice. What? Can I get this one? No? Okay. It's the god of all nitra. What is this? I mean, that's fine, I guess. I'm taking a screenshot of this.
You'll need to disable the force field before you can access the data vault. You have to find the power stations powering it and shut them down.
Platform.
I don't like that sound. Oh, it's a... Oh.
That's what you get for going for face stabs.
There we go. Yeah, if you guys are hearing any drum noises, it's the everyday heckin' Chinese Lion dance trainings going on again.
Cheese.
Platform out.
Still don't know why they're practicing Chinese Lion dance at a time like this. Like, it's not even Chinese New Year. Chinese New Year happens on... I mean, already happened in February. And then they're still practicing Chinese Lion dance.
Ah, I love that sound.
Cheese.
Platform. I'm sorry, but there's only room for one cute thing here, and it's me. It's me.
Oh.
Walk.
Oh.
Keep your appendages to yourself.
Is that
Wouldn't hurt
Steve?
someone with these
Steve?
eyes.
Hmm. Oh god. I thought I had the Team Fortress 2 heavy nom noises mod on.
Cheese.
Guess not.
Platform placed. I bet you those other little blippers are so jealous right now. That had to hurt!
Oh no. Why is that patrol bot here?
This is our lives. We live it and we love it. Yeah, you're a badass. Imagine the looks on their faces when they see the horde that we bring back. Platform set and ready to use.
Cheese.
Follow the cables to reach power stations? Oh, actually didn't know that.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
That's a lot of nitrous. Nitro. Okay, follow the cables, they say. Oh god.
Yeah, good luck shredding my scales.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Oh.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Might be a little hard to get.
Cheese.
Platform created.
That should be fine.
Trust me, it's a lot heavier than it looks.
Well done. You did the thing you were supposed to do. It's like you were getting paid for it or something.
Oh. Stand up. Oh my god. Oh, there we go.
That burrowing away was only gonna work for so long, Menace.
I miss my shotgun. This thing tears through bullets like crazy. Oh wait. I'm supposed to follow the cables.
Cheese.
Platform!
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform placed!
Oh shit.
Looks like you're the one that should have gotten down, Mr. Sniper! Can I have hacking
Cheese.
pod, please?
Cheese.
Roger that. Hacking pod is launched and on the way.
I want to eat cheese, but then cheese in Malaysia is kind of an expensive product.
Hacking pod has arrived. Establish a transmission tether from it to the power station.
Never felt better.
What am I supposed to do again?
Depositing!
God.
Surprise!
Oh. Oh, okay, I remember this. Let me just throw a bunch of them there.
Yeah, it's you and me against the world. Come on, teamwork! Go teamwork!
Oh, that's good enough.
Hacking drone connected to the station. Go get the nerd out of the box when you're ready to start hacking.
The nerd. Okay, I need to protect this thing, right? If so, I'll just put the turret here then. Like
Okay,
that.
sentry placed and ready to be armed.
Engineer OP. Mmm.
Armed and ready. Time to DDoS some rival tech servers, Haxie.
You know what time it is? Hacking time. Protect the hacking drone while he does his magic.
I can pet the hacking drone. I forgot I can do that. God, this game just oozing love and care.
Looks like you caught the brunt of that Grundlefly.
Ooh. Oh wait, that's Steve. What am I doing?
One down, two down. Come on, I can do this. Bone dry. Need ammo.
Hacking drone under attack. Gary, stop cheering for the bugs. What's wrong with you this mission?
Shredder?
Keep the hacking drone secured.
Natural selection, slithead.
That's one tough patrol bot. Mmm.
The first power station's down. Man, I still can't quite put my finger on what tech this is.
That's great. Should find more nitra. Oh, this place is mega confusing.
Reloading!
Ui, you. Oh no.
Gun's completely empty! That had to hurt!
That's bad, right? No more ammo?
I'm gonna tear through each and every single one of you!
Ooh. I'm such a child. Gosh, the oof noises. I love them. I'm not gonna call for resupply for now yet. I still have one more grenade. One more grenade.
Come on, girl, move it!
Oh, that's a lot of nitro. There should be a good amount of nitro. About 300. Okay, follow the cable, follow the cable. Where does the cable even start? Oh.
Resupply on its way!
Nitra has been withdrawn and a supply pod is inbound. Why are we accepting Nitra when we could be accepting credits?
Allie, come here! Alright, the resupply's here! Everybody go get ammunition and sugar! Okay, taking ammunition! A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
Actually used up everything. It's crazy. And I never had this situation before. Although to be fair, I never really played Hazard 4 before just because I'm so scared of it. Like the most I would go for was Hazard 3. Like there were times where I was playing with friends, and then even on Hazard 3 we were struggling a lot.
Jeez.
Platform!
Jeez.
Platform out!
Jeez. Jeez.
Platform!
Oh, I thought that's too high up. Who's fighting? What? Oh, oh, it's the.
Oversized weed has been whacked.
The knife fine. I have the Shredder Strom out, should be fine.
Steve! You'll pay for that! Hold up! I need the mule.
I feel like SMG just tears through the ammo too quickly. Oh, is that a cable line? I think that's the cable line. Okay, okay.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use. How repulsive! Just what I needed.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna die.
Fuck!
Taste my might!
Consider this. Legally speaking, rocking is more legal than stoning. Eh? Eh?
Yeah, I know you're a hungry girl.
This mission is giving me a lot of nitro. Unlike the mission just now, I have to go hunt for them. Cable... Oh god.
Cheese.
Platform placed.
Cheese.
Jeez.
Cheese.
Platform created.
Oh. Look at that. I practically can just spam resupply afterwards. Oh. Oh my god, that hurts.
Looks like you should have gotten a job doing snack zooms for movies.
Oh. Oh, there it is.
Cheese.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready. Taste my might!
Wow, almost 300 nitro?
I'd like to pod, please.
Roger that. Sending in another hacking pod.
Then what if this is actually not enough? Like, even if I have 300 nitro?
Hacking pod in position. Let's get it hooked up to the power station, team.
I can order about 4 resupplies? Oh god.
Die! Go back to crying to Skynet! Come on, you stupid kobold, focus! Look, I don't work well under pressure! Hello, positronic matrix system! Welcome to the real world! Loot bug popped!
Oh.
Kicked in to try Jaws! Slam down 3 of them! I'm telling you, if I had a credit for every time I was pat on the head by a dwarf, I would be a millionaire by the end of the year.
I don't know where the hacking drone is. Oh no.
Keep this up, we're gonna beat the record of those dwarves.
Oh no. I don't know where the hacking drone is.
Chief.
Platform out!
Oh. Did it not say... Did it not outline like where the hacking drone is? Oh boy. Oh, there it is. Wow. Oh, this actual bullying. This is so far away.
Yep.
Mm. Oh, too far. Oh. Nice, nice. Gosh, probably gonna need a lot of these. It's kind of far away.
Come on, guys, I want this over with as much as you do. The kobolds are getting closer to your rival tech.
Ooh.
Fuck!
But why? Oh, I need like 2 more. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, have.
Hey, Bosco, what's that?
No?
Hey, Bosco, can you pick this up?
Oh, what the fuck? What hit me?
I knew I could count on you, Bosco.
Oh.
Ah, bloody pricks!
Oh. Yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, that's enough. Nice. Okay, okay.
Connections established. Time to wake up, Haxie.
This is so unnecessarily far away. I mean, I can drill a hole if I'm the driller, which I'm not. It's fine. Alright, here we go. Gonna put... Hawkeye system? If I put the turret here, will it just shoot everywhere?
All right, sentry placed and ready to be set up. And behold, machine of death. All right, Haxie, let's do this.
Hacking has commenced. Protect Haxie.
Shredder Sword!
Ooh. Actually, no.
Haxie's under attack. You gotta protect him.
Now it's a party.
I don't even know which one is Steve.
Crits.
Can I get up? Nice.
Reloading.
I should just stay here.
What are even the purpose of these things?
Hey, Gary, don't push that button. Oh, dang it. The drone stopped hacking. Can you restart it?
We can't disable the
Hey, I
passive.
thought you guys
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Gary target.
Patrol bots scrambled. Time to turn their tech against them.
Hacking drone reactualizing.
This might be
I'm
bad.
this close to smashing this thing. You know what this reminds me of? The fact I hate touchscreens. Ah, you see? If we ever run into a situation where we don't have Haxie, you've always got me.
Hexy. Hexy.
Excellent. You got that second power station down. That's a good point, Gary. I guess you have to go back and turn off the emergency power before you can take down the force field. What do you mean I wasn't supposed to know that?
Okay, so now I go back.
Just what I needed.
What?
All right, loading back up.
And suddenly I miss playing Tekken. I mean, just the fact that I can punch things feels good.
Time to make this power cell go.
Oh, ooh. Maybe I should find a good vantage point to fight it. That, and I should probably send in
Resupply ordered.
a bunch of resupplies.
I wouldn't want Gary to hit you with the supply pod. His aim's atrocious.
Resupply on its way.
A supply drop's been ordered and it's on the way. I tried to sneak a sandwich in, but Gary ate it.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up. Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
Recoil sentry gun, get one?
Okay, collecting ammunition. Crunchy.
Crunchy. I should run around this place and see where do I want to fight the thing. I mean, this place seems not so good. God, how do you aim with this thing?
The jaws of the tri-jaw have dropped. Sorry, not sorry, force field, but we're cutting you off. Hey, I'm smashing the power cell. Is this working?
Is this good?
Great job, team. You brought down the force field and pissed off the caretaker. Take it down before it burns you to cinders.
Sentry plates. Time to set it up.
Should just put it here.
Sentry up. Let it rip.
Okay, okay. Oh god, alright, here we go.
Blast the caretaker's vents!
Oh wait, that's my petrol bot. Shoot these things? Is this working? And Sophia is doing a lot of damage. Oh. Faye Blackwell? Oh, can I pause? I think I can pause. Because I'm playing solo. Oh, lucky! Hi, Faye. Whoa. Oh, sorry. I have it on full screen, don't worry about it. It's a snake, right? Snake? Oh, nice. Dude, I love Snake. I have a Snake character as well. Nice. You're playing Rock Galactic as well? Nice. How was your cave dwelling adventure, huh? Snake Raid, hi Kitsune Mother. And Sandahar, hi. And Terrace Studios, hi. Sorry if I butcher your names. Hopefully I didn't. Right, hopefully I didn't. Oh, look at that snake. Look at that snake though. Did it right? Oh, thank goodness. Nice.
Hello. And
Oh, thank you, Kitsune. Appreciate. Had a lot of fun. Had a big 6-person DRG collect quality event tonight. Oh, nice. I'm still afraid of playing with other people just because I'm pretty bad at this game. Kinda. I mean, that's how I feel anyway. But then I honestly didn't play this game for a long time, and then I found out there's like I found there's like a kobold mod, as you see here, right? Kobold. And I was like, oh hey, I should play back this game. It gets spooked playing with strangers. Same. It's terrifying, to be honest. Thank you, Faye. Also, thanks again for the raid. Welcome everyone. My name is Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games to bits. I love Tekken, seriously. Or like, yeah, I love Tekken a lot. Recently? Yeah, recently is the word. And I do art occasionally. I do 3D models, like this one. So yeah, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Thanks for the raid again. Big appreciate. So, how do I beat this thing? Did I just shoot? I guess I just shoot this thing. Yeah. Okay, yeah. How do you aim with this thing? I miss my shotgun. Hey Sentry, can you help shoot the thing, please? Like, that'd be great. Oh.
The eye is open! Shoot the eye!
Okay. I'm doing it. Hi, Steve.
Good boy. Walk! For
Yeah.
downtown!
Gosh, how do you aim with this thing? Relics. Howdy. Hi.
Ammo taken.
Thanks for the follow. Appreciate.
Never felt better.
Oh.
Reloading.
What now? Oh. Oh, it's sending petrobots?
Caretaker's deploying sniper turrets. Come on, aim for anything glowing and uncovered.
Sniper turrets? Oh, I'm dead. Oh, Oh, sniper turrets gonna be the bane of my existence. Oh god. Okay.
Accurate? Sure. More deadly? Nah, I hold that title.
Oh, whoa, mama, what am I supposed to do? There's so many things. If only I can aim.
I'll remember you, Steve. Forever.
Oh my god, the sniper doesn't die. Okay, good. Very, very nice. Don't panic. Never panic.
Reloading.
Never panic. Oh, it's blocked by shield. I guess I'm glad I brought this gun. Oh boy. Nice.
The eye. Shoot the eye.
Where's the eye? Oh, it's opening at the other side. Oh god, I'm gonna cry. Go. Yeah.
Crap. I'm out.
Oh, sniper. Whoa, that's a lot more painful than I thought. Molly, please. Need to hide from the sniper pod for now.
Check out this move.
Oh, I can use this.
mother trucker!
Oh,
Sniping
okay.
wasn't a good job for you, mate.
Okay.
Loading up for more destruction. Time to stick and move. We got baseballs incoming.
Oh. Good.
All right, loading back up.
Is that bomb? Why is it so? Wait a minute. One more.
Reloading.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, reload this one. Why am I playing Hazard 4? Why am I doing this to myself? Oh! I'm stuck on something? Everything is fine, don't worry about it. Is this supposed to be this tough? I mean, it's a boss, it should be. Oh boy.
Loading up for more destruction. Oh yeah.
Oh, the BMs.
The caretaker's eye is open. Give it everything you got. Reloading.
Hee! Good gods, man.
See you need, fill a need.
Oh god, there's one more? Oh, okay.
Looks like the careless took out the caretaker. Who'd have thought? Reloading. Right? And with that hunk of junk out of the way, let's go retrieve that data rack. Okay, taking ammunition.
Nice. My ears totally
A little bit for
did not
me, a little
explode.
bit for my friend here. It's just what I needed.
Feels good. Surprised how I didn't die, huh? Whoa.
Ooh, hey guys, look, hey, look. I'm touching the caretaker's rack. Thank you, rivals. I go through all the effort of gathering information.
Data rack's secure,
Do it.
and now you can push the button on the mule to get out. Sorry, you guys push the button, and I'll see you back topside. Gary's over here crying for some reason. What's the matter, Gary? It's not like you lost to Steve or something. Drop pod inbound. Stand clear.
I mean, should be fine. I'm riding on Molly.
The drop pod's arrived. Let's get Molly back to the landing zone. Oh, and I guess you guys can come along too.
Hey, last kobold to the
Drop
drop
pod's
pod.
burning in 5 minutes. There's no way you don't make it in that time.
Oh, Molly, no. Molly, wait a minute. Oh god.
Glippin' Swiss cheese.
Alright, Shredder's good.
Come on, go!
Raiders deployed!
Drop pod burning
at that, easy.
Let's bid Hoxies goodbye.
Oh, good war.
The mule's
I'm
not on
running.
the pod. We got
I'm
everything we
running.
need, so you guys better get on the pod before we leave. Mission accomplished. We're bringing you home.
God, I'm such a child. I just love the oof mod.
We did it.
Oh, that was almost an hour. This game takes even longer than Monster Hunter.
Assignment complete. Oh, sorry about that. One more mission to go. Whenever something goes wrong with accounting, blame Nigel.
I want to change something. I want to change the horns. I mean, I can put beard, well, quote unquote beard. Are these neck fluffs? they could be neck fluffs. Wow, that's a good looking horn.
I consider this my signature. Oh yeah, I like the look of this one.
Why can't we change color? I can become glass. Glass kobold?
Yeah, okay, maybe. I'm not sure.
Glass kobold. I'll take it. Alter requires one less pickaxe hit to destroy. I'm gonna go see what assignments do I need to do. Hermit's arm. Salvage tree meal. Oh my god, that's maximum mission length and cave complexity. Ooh, shield disruption. Shield disruption. Shield disruption? Oh, magnetic interference causes all shields to malfunction, so absolute no shield at all? That's a little bit tough. Seriously, no shield? I mean, it's possible. Yeah, I'm doing it. It's fine. I got this. Okay, one more hazard 4, and then I can unlock lethal hazard 5. Can try it.
The mission's been selected. We're just powering up the drop pod. Bet you didn't know it was Gary powered.
Maybe I should drink the thing. This thing. Requires one less pickaxe hit to destroy. Yeah, why not?
Hey Lloyd, juice us up with some of that powerful Rocky Mountain we love. Shit!
Gosh, I just love how so many things you can do in this game.
this kobold to bust out the moves.
Oh, wait! I just realized 6. This game supports 6-player. I thought it was 4.
Yeah.
Maybe I just play too much other games. I mean, 6-player does sound a little chaotic. And fun.
They're doing what right now? Are you serious? What the hell?
I believe in RNG.
No goddamn piece. No.
It's just a barrel. Gosh. I'm kind of surprised my PC is still holding on. Even with all these 3D stuff opening along the game.
Hey, Bugs! Did you miss us?
That's a lot of nitro.
This is a salvage mission, team. We need to go in and get all the equipment that the previous team lost. I wonder what happened to them. Oh
Just like
God.
that, shooting
Oh
gallery
jeez,
ready.
why did I have to look? Let's just hope this doesn't happen to you guys.
I'm full. Where's Molly? Really wishing I was wearing the pants that had deeper pockets right about now.
Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot to change back the gun. I miss having my shotty. I miss my shotgun. Ow. Oh yeah, there's no shield. I cannot just do that willy-nilly. Oh. It's... it's... Okay, wait. Okay. The weirdest thing just happened. It's thundering, right? But the sun is like crazy harsh outside currently. And then it's thundering. It's like, huh? Not the first time, but this is still weird to me.
Move your butt over here and hurry, please!
Hmm? That should be everything. I mean, at least I feel like it. Why am I hearing weird noises? Okay.
Music to my ears!
Mm.
Back!
Oh, that feels good. Oh, that feels so good. Oh. Okay. Can I still stream? Why is it so scary? Oh, that's a huge thunder. I should be fine. There you go. Oh god.
Yep.
Whoa.
I love the smell of gunpowder. Okay, sentry placed and ready to be armed.
Why there's so many things here? Oh!
You're out.
Yep. Oh, mama. Hello? Why is there suddenly 10,000 things around here? Oh goodness. Yep.
Sentry turret armed.
Menace? Oh god. Okay, what's
Crush those
happening?
eggs, and then go straight for the breeder.
Is it Brute Nexus?
Fuck!
Spitball Infector? Oh, Breeder! Oh shit, okay. This is bad.
And stay down, gas bag. Sentry placed. Time to set it up. Armed.
Shredder's deployed!
Oh
Where's the
no,
breeder?
it's a nanocyte breeder! Hurry, take it out and wipe out its eggs!
It's the first time I've seen this enemy.
You may have been able to breed faster than a kobold can, but that doesn't do you any good if your offspring is as fragile as us! Ah. And down it goes!
Ooh. Yeah, I'm a little terrified. Oh, sorry, Steve. But then again, the sunlight is like so harsh currently. Wait, where's Molly? Oh no. Why now? I mean, why ever? Oh, I can't see shit. Jeez.
Platform up.
Jeez.
I feel fresh out of the egg.
Uh-huh.
I live for this.
Just finishing a good place. Oh, didn't you tell me that you were watching a good...
Reloading.
Yeah. Not joking. Look, juice. Oh, I should probably be quick about this.
Steve, no!
Not joking, it's probably the best television I've ever seen. Ooh, that good? To be honest though, I never really like watch any television shows out there. Like super rarely, I would say. You did tell me that the show is like a... what's it called again? A thriller horror movie, is it? Hardly watch any TV at all? Yeah. Oh, that was the menu. Okay, okay. Oh, what am I looking at? Oh, what am I looking at? Oh! Hey! Oh, this is bad. I'm all out. I'm all out.
Resupply on its way.
Bullets and red sugar are on the way.
The menu was a thriller movie. The Good Place was a TV show comedy about the afterlife created by the same folks behind The Office. And oh no! Oh, I mean, oh yes!
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up.
It's those who made The Office? Oh.
Okay, okay, taking ammunition.
Something about The Office is just god tier.
Feeling much better now. Oh, just face it already. You can't scare a kobold. Well, you're just not scary at all.
Oh wait, that's a Brute Nexus I saw. Phenomenal pacing? Yeah.
Platform.
Like, they're not rushed at all? Like, at all. And most of the jokes in The Office doesn't feel forced. Something about their jokes is so well done. It's so good. I love The Office. It's a great show, what can I say?
Easily the best job ever. All right, loading back up.
Basically, no significant time skip for the first episode to the last episode.
Do you fix all broken machines with hammers?
Hey, ammo looks good. Oh. They weren't joking about the cave complexity. It's... Ooh, okay. I mean... it's very fucking complex. What can I say? God. Okay, don't worry about it. Everything is fine.
Something's above me.
I was carrying something. I could care less. It's 4 season long, it's about 50 episodes, and has the most closure I've seen a finale have. Yeah, something about TV shows is like
Hit something with a hammer, it just makes it worse.
most of the time
Ready to be built.
they were trying to like, oh, we're ending the show, but then they don't give us a satisfying ending.
We got enough ammo for all this, right? I don't care. Heads up!
It's like they're trying too hard to have like more seasons of
Stay
it,
by my side, Steve.
but then most of the time the seasons doesn't even happen. So like the season finale is just like, oh, okay. Like super unsatisfying. So sad. It's rare to have a show that has good ending. Know what I mean?
Reloading.
It's the Breaking Bad of comedy shows. Wow. Oh, I heard Breaking Bad is really good. I never watched it myself. But then I do see a lot of Walter White meme edits. Like Walter White in Mario Kart, Walter White in like pizza delivery things, or Billy McGuire doing some weird doing Family Feud. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, those kind of meme edits. I live for those things. What? Jeez.
Platform set, sturdy, and ready. You're my friend now. We're gonna have soft tacos later.
Where's Molly?
Honestly, sometimes it's a love-hate relationship with that thing. Molly, could you get over here? Lift with both legs and tail.
I need to find lakes.
Tell your ancestors I said hi!
Jeez.
Platform set and ready to use. Reloading! Gotcha! Yeah! There's the adrenaline!
Wait, where was the legs again? Oh yeah.
Oh, no! What do I do? Oh, I know! Keep shooting!
God, this place is a mess. Like, I already lost my sense of direction. I don't even know where I am anymore.
Secondary objective completed.
Oh, nice.
Hey Gary, did you give me my coffee yet? Gary, how do you up a coffee?
Oh, there it is. Okay, I need one more leg. If only Lex is here, I can borrow. I can borrow legs. Oh no, that's actually morbid. I'm sorry. No borrowing legs allowed.
Jeez.
Access provided. No need to thank me. Even without my darn vision, you're too easy to hit. Place. Yeah.
Is Steve still alive? Good.
I've got a bad feeling about this, but not as bad as usual.
Too big, too fat, too slow.
Just one more legs.
Reloading. A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Feeling much better now.
Yeah, having no shield is tough. It's like having no regenerative health.
Jeez.
So your health just stays that way until you heal.
Jeez.
Which is a little bit tough in this game, to be honest. But hey.
Jeez.
Platform out.
Love myself a bit of a challenge from time to time.
How much more of this can you hold?
Jeez.
Platform created.
Need to add more to the yip noises. I'm so glad I did the little event now. I mean, I think it's gonna happen for a long time. Pretty much forever. I should explain. Yeah, so yip noises. I do have a bit of a thing happening around in my Discord channel. That people can send in their yip noises on their own. Like, only if they want to, definitely. No, it's not definitely. I'm not forcing anyone to do it. It's just a thing to do for fun.
Stick with me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast.
Oh yeah, thanks, Brian. I forgot to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, you can definitely send your own yip noises. Definitely. Again, not forcing anyone to do it because I'm not about forcing anyone to do anything. Oh wait, I'm back here? Oh, they were joking about the cave complexity. Oh boy, okay. I'm just gonna stay here for a bit. Did my camera just stop working for a little bit?
Watch your ammo counts! I mean, if you can!
My sentry ammo still looks really good.
Reloading!
Ooh. Eee. I'm lazy. Do they show legs? I don't think they show legs. I mean, they should be nearby. They shouldn't be too far away, I think. Maybe, question mark? I'm gonna be here for a while. Wait, is that... Oh! Oh boy. Dragon V, hi. I think someone playing streaming the Kobold project. You are the VA? Oh my god! It's so good! No, thank you for making the mod. Holy shit.
Platform set, sturdy,
you
and ready.
made me enjoy this game a lot more than before. So thank you, honestly. Gosh, you did such a good job for this one. Holy shit. Uh-oh. Oh wait, I can always scan for missing legs. I'm gonna cry. Yeah, definitely incredible work.
Oh, why are you smashing that mini mule? Oh, wait, you fixed it.
Seeing to catch up and finish season 2 and get started with season 3 because season 4 has already been teased. Oh. This multiple season? Oh wait, this is season 3. Oh yeah. This is what I get for not playing this game for months. I mean, I don't even know what's going on with this game. I just enjoy. I pretty much just... Oh, I looked at...
You can always deposit on the drop pod if you can't deposit in Molly. Let's get that broken down pod fixed.
Like Molly, let's go!
Like, I looked at Touch Skitty Tail stream. Like, Touch Skitty Tail or Tikri was playing the mod as well. I was like, oh, I can place a kobold in this game? So...
Excellent. All the mules
here I
are
am.
in the pod. Now we just have to establish a connection to find out what's wrong with the thing.
Sentry up!
But good luck with finishing all those season 2 and season 3 stuff. It's tough, but you got this. Really enjoy your work, definitely. Oh wait.
Resupply, ordered!
Roger, Roger. I am sending in supplies like a robot.
Steve, you the
Like that
best.
robot from the popular space movie.
Yeah, I have Bosco. I'm not playing on multiplayer. A little bit sad. I wanted to hear...
Here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar!
I wanted to hear the we're rich one. It's like, we're rich, but I cannot get it. It's fine. Always have a chance to do it. I just wish I can get Steve tacos. Give Steve taco.
So you're telling me that you hit it with a hammer enough times and it started working? That sounds like a goblin tactic. Anyway, the uplink's working. We're trying to triangulate your positions, so please stay in the zone.
Yeah, it's you and me against the world.
Get back in the triangulation zone. If we lose your
Oh,
signal,
boy.
we can't get it back.
Is that oppressive? Oh, it is. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Easier for you.
whoa, whoa.
Big green circle. You inside of it. Good. Outside. Bad.
Inside good, outside bad. I wanted to tweak, god damn it. Here I can make some any favorite line from the kobold. Ooh. Why? It's hard to choose.
I live for this!
Triangulation's only at 50%. Have you gone into a tunnel or something? We're getting bad reception.
Honestly, I do love the shouts from the golden scales, those stuff. This one.
These shall tell tales of the golden scales! Gold for the
You
bold!
realize the mission
Go for the bold, yeah.
zone, right?
These shouts, I love them.
Tales!
You know, the reason we have a zone is for you to be inside of it.
On the trail. Is that all you got?
Yeah, those are definitely my personal favorites. Also the laughs, very fitting. Oh, I shot Steve, sorry.
Gold and scales, baby!
Triangulation is 75%. Why is it going so slow? Oh, right. Mining underground. I got it.
That had to hurt!
Oh, I don't know if it's intended, but there's one when you kick the okay when you when I'm at the base. When I'm at the base and then I kick the barrel, you know the barrel game? When I miss the barrel... how do I kick, I miss the barrel and then the kobold says shit. I don't know if it's like intended. Because I love that. when the kobold says shit, it's so good. I don't know if it's because of the mod that I downloaded, the profanity mod. What do you think of the art by Cyrus Yoshida? Whoa, it's more Japanese. You mean the one, the icons, right?
Fuel cells have arrived. Get them connected to the drop pod.
Loading up for more destruction. Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar.
It's a failing line. Honestly, the art is pretty adorable.
Reloading.
Oh god. The cover on the mod page. Oh, it's done by the same person? Yeah, the cover is really good. Like, I got the voice mod like last year, I think. But back then it still didn't have the kobold models. I only found
I am the true menace here.
I found out about the kobold models last week, I think. It's like,
Ammo taken. That hit the spot.
she ordered one more.
Resupply ordered.
Better stand back. I wouldn't want Gary to hit you with the supply pod. His aim's atrocious.
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
Why am I trying to connect? Not this thing, right? Where am I trying to connect? Oh, I see it. Okay. Me playing on Hazard 4 when I don't even know where the fuel line is? Oh god. All good though, all good. There it is. Easy.
The charge cable is plugged in. Now time to hit some highly volatile fuel cells with a hammer.
Reloading.
Oh, I should probably just change the turret. Just put it inside here. Yeah. Face so evil is good.
Sentry placed and ready to be set up.
Mesh the DRG style well. Honestly, I'm just loving everything about this mod. Like,
All set. Let
the-
the automated shooting begin.
this mod basically pulls me back to the game. It's so good. The kobold voice line for tweak on? I don't think so. I think I only got the tweak mission control, but not the kobold specific voice lines. Press
I
H to make
hate
it.
the weather on this rock.
Oh. Is it like additional random lines? Mod feature? Oh, dwarf to kobold. Help, I'm gonna die.
Sorry, you're going hungry.
Hee Should kick in next run. Ah, thank you, thank you. I didn't know that.
Reloading.
They should up the immersion level. The immersion of the mod. So something to do that, definitely. It was so nice for all of you to, you know, all of you modders doing this.
The fuel cells are starting up. You have to stay inside the radiation zone. I mean, protection zone to keep them charging.
Oh, I don't like that.
Oh, you see, even a glimpse can be cute.
Oh, you...
Reloading.
I just do this.
You specifically are jeopardizing this mission. You need to stay near the fuel cell.
They took the one thing from
You
this
have to stay
planet.
near the fuel cells to protect them. They're highly explosive.
See, I told you I'm good with animals.
Wait. That's a dead Steve. I feel bad now.
Fuel cells at 50%.
Too fast for you.
I don't like that noise. Oh.
I know staying in the radioactive zone of the fuel cells seems dangerous, but you have to be in there to help and charge you. You specifically are jeopardizing this mission. You need to stay near the fuel cell.
I feel rejuvenated.
Thanks, Tweak.
Yeah, stay near the fuel cells to protect them. They're highly explosive.
Reloading.
Oh god.
Come on, I've got plenty to spare.
I have the bad habit of just like shooting one thing and then just like reload afterwards. Also, I need to check my camera settings.
The fuel cells are at 75%. That's a lot of radiation you've taken, but you're almost done.
I'm just so glad I'm playing engineer. I really cannot aim.
Reloading.
I am much better at punching things.
Oh yeah, this is the.
I know staying in the radioactive zone of fuel cells seems dangerous, but you have to be in there to help it charge. The fuel cells are fully charged, and you're fully irradiated. But now it's time to get out of here. Just hold your ground as we boot up the pod.
Oh, mama. Oh god. Wait a minute.
Shredder swarm deployed.
The pod is starting its reboot. Oops, I shouldn't have touched that.
Oh, okay. When you get the space rig, I have a youth music track mod I highly recommend you to try out. Stream safe, so your VOD should be not. Oh, nice!
Oh wait, that's not right.
I'll check it out.
Reloading.
Calculating your orbital trajectory. Man, I'm not good at math. Powering radiation shielding. Not like that's gonna help much after standing near those fuel cells.
Can I go now? I'm gonna die. Oh, fuck.
Ecom operational. What's an ecom?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Take all the resupply, don't die. Look at that, easy.
Reloading.
Oh, the thrusters calibrated and turned up to 11 just for you guys. The broken drop pod is powered up and ready to leave. I'm 90% sure it's safe.
Only 90%? Oh god. Alright, here we go. Oh.
Retrieving the escape pod. I guess we'll send in the next cleanup crew later.
Profanity booster doesn't work with my mod. I had done the cut out curse lines, but this mod doesn't fish for them. Instead, it just adds its own versions. Oh, okay. It's fine, it's fine. No, hearing a dwarf saying fuck from time to time. Good enough. I'll take it. I'll take it. Don't worry about it. When you're on the space rig, look up now. That's what they call hoxes. Hoxies? Hoxies, right? In the mod search thing.
Assignment completed. For some reason, and I want to stress this, for some reason management thinks you can take on harder challenges. But honestly, I don't think you can. But I mean, you're more than welcome to try.
Thanks, Tweak. The only one I know that does visually is more overheat lines. Oh. I could try that. Mod.io. Modding. Alright, where's the... Oh wait, the TF2 mod is gone. I had the heavy. Oh, sorry, the screen's gonna flash a little bit. Let me check some settings real quick. There's something wrong with my camera, I think. Wait, Look at that. Something must have messed up here. Don't know if it's too bright or too not bright. Oh, it's too bright. Okay. Okay, and manage mods. I heard mod.io is kind of laggy. I just wish my PC doesn't die here. Now that's what I call hog this. Full OST replacement. Music volume is set to about 120. Oh, music is already 140 or 130 on my end. Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, and 5, Death Stranding, Vermintide, Darktide, Splatoon, Deltarune, Deltarune, Doomer, Castle Destiny, Girls Frontline, Neutral Cloud, Tango Tower, Noita, oh shit, nice. The Deer Hunter, Hollow Knight, Midnight, Homestuck, Head in Time, oh, number 1. Barrow Trauma, never played it. Proteus, Tunic, Rimworld. Oh, and Risk of Rain 2. God, yes. Set of Sojourner, Bastion. Oh. Wow, that's a lot of different music. Yeah, it's a good variety. Yeah, I'll try it, definitely. I just soup, right? I just subscribe and it should do. It should work. More overheat lines, right? I want to try that one. I want to hear Kobold saying bad things. Something about that just hits me the right way. More overheat lines. Oh, please don't die on me, PC. Oh, God. Oh. It showed for a little bit just now. Oh, there it is. QOL, yeah. Let me try this. Overwhelmingly positive? That's what I like to see. Okay, I should not be trying that much mod for now. I mean, I already downloaded a bunch of mods, to be honest. I want to disable the oof. I think the oof is okay lah. The James May one, definitely. The bonk, nice. Oh wait, there it is. It's not working. It's okay. Alright, this should be good. Do I just apply? She's invalid. If you're on TF2 voices, 1 second. Oh. Uh-oh. There's an error. Can I look at the error? The music has error. Look up Team Fortress 2 Soldier Voice for glyphic grunts. And look for 2 more by the same guy, Sniper and Demo Man. Ooh. Although I should probably say that I never played TF2 myself. I just kind of love TF2 in general. Just the SFM animations makes me love TF2, but I never played the game. Right, Team Fortress 2 Soldier Voice for glyphic grunts. Replaces all glyphic grunt sounds with various lines spoken by. Oh no. And this too, right? Demo Man for glyphic exploders and spitters. Alright. Now that is nice. No, Team Fortress 2 is just, at this point, Team Fortress 2 exists everywhere. Like, it's too iconic to not be everywhere. They got a package infinite averages for your game and they will fix it. Alright. Will do, definitely. I mean, it's not gonna take a long time. Subscribe to those 3 mods, you will love them. The Team Fortress one, right? I did it. It's not here. Oh, maybe I should yeah, let me just restart the game real quick. All good, all good. I need to think of it as the dwarf or kobolds are so inebriated that they are hearing the bugs actually talk shit at them. Sounds good to me. Oh god. I'm still surprised my PC is surviving all these things. Because I remember back then, like last year I think? Yeah, last year my PC dies when I play this game with all the 3D things happening. Hi Emily. Wow, look at that. Welcome. How are you doing?
Fuck!
I can't. Thanks, game. Alright, I mean, cool. Thanks. Didn't think it's gonna be that loud, huh? Fuck! Oh god. So it's in. Yeah, there it is. Beautiful. Okay, trying to get motivation to start day. Oh. Yeah, sometimes trying to get motivation is tough. I get that. Favorite dinosaur? My favorite dinosaur is the parasaur. Yeah, parasaur. I don't know the full name of things like parasaur something us. I don't know. But yeah, I do love parasaur. You see a little face and it's just trying to nom on the leaves. Yeah. And banner modding menu is good as well. Adds a search bar for your menu. Oh. Like, I do want to play the other classes. But I'm also terrified because I do not know how to aim. No. I'm not doing that. Oh, the tail is nice. Luminescent is great, but... You know what? Shiny?
Yeah, okay, maybe. I'm not sure.
Nothing beats a good shiny. Still love the whiskers.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh no, how do you read that? R, okay, Look, English is not my mother tongue, alright, so... I am China man. But it's okay. R... Archaeopteryx. Please don't cancel me over this. Oh, you know the beard thing? I could consider this as neck fluff. Look at that. Neck fluff. Neck fluff. Imagine having...
You gotta have passion for creativity.
Limzard. Limzard. Not... Oh, I need to buy a clean shave for it. Close enough? Thank goodness. There it is.
Well, was this or more alcohol indulgent?
Like that. I'm just a lizard. Looks like a water monitor lizard. Okay, is it installing the mods still? Okay, nice. Don't you reset the game? Oh, nice. Walk faster while carrying heavy loads? Kick barrels for the kobold lines from Tweak? Oh. Do I need to kick them into this launch pad or do I just kick them? I'm gonna kick them to a launch pad because I'm a kobold. Just because I can. Yeah! Get them! Eh. Oh yeah, I want to hear kobolds say shit.
Whoops. That's right. I'm awesome.
Fucking pace it!
Oh, I'm so good.
Okay, this isn't happening.
I'm too old for this shit.
I'm too old for this shit. Oh, do I have more barrels here? Yeah. Boats seem to vary so much. From the skinnies to the thick thighs saves life kind. Oh yeah, definitely. There are the wide variety of kobolds out there. You just gotta love them all. Kobolds are great. Tweak, stop sleeping, Tweak. Fine, at least now I can do Hazard 5. It's a little scary. Management already access to heavy duty assignments where you get a chance to show off your mining skills and obtain a unique helmet. Ooh. Keep both your noggin and peeper safe. Cool. How do I do this? Breach the core. But they say that I cannot abort when I start this one. No boats in the new D&D film. What? Really? Gosh, I was thinking of watching it. Well. Please at least let there be Dragonborn. No, at least Dragonborns, maybe? Huh? I'm not asking much at this point. Oh, I should do this. Yeah, let's do this. I mean, there's dragons I saw from the trailer like 10,000 times on Twitch.
And whoop goes the kobold! Look who's got some new bling!
It's really good. There's the Dragonborn. Oh! Nice. Good to know. Very, very good to know. Also a chunky dragon. Oh! Oh wait, I haven't took the assignment yet. What am I doing? And salvage operation seems like the easiest one by far. Hazard 5? Oh no, I don't... My first Hazard 5? It's fine. It's only Hazard 5. What? After 4 is only 5? It's fine. It's only one number above. Ooh, that's nice.
Oh, crap.
Salvage mules. Oh, carrying the legs? Yeah.
Nothing puts a pep into my step more than the backbreaker stout. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
It's mine.
Yeah, turn it up.
Oh, yeah. It's like a naked bold.
Man, imagine how disappointed management's gonna be when they find out even the kobolds are slacking off and just dancing around. Well, I guess at least you guys are cheaper.
Oh my god. Not wrong. The things I wanted they didn't have were fanboy centaurs and flumps. Uh-oh, I don't know what flumps are. Alright, here we go.
You gotta appreciate the little things sometimes.
Goodbye, world. Oh god, I'm scared.
For the try! Gold and scales, baby!
Knock, knock!
Come on!
Room
Let me hear you
service!
shout for the- Gold and scales shall prevail!
This is a salvage mission, team. We need to go in and get all the equipment that the previous team lost. I wonder what happened to them.
Sentry gun placed.
Oh,
Ready
oh
to be
god. Oh, jeez.
Oh god.
Let's just hope this doesn't happen to you
Let
guys.
the automated shooting begin!
I have to get rid of these things. Yeah. And flumps are like floating jellyfish. Things that struggle to stay upright. They're super derpy. Oh. Super derpy? Oh. I forgot to change back the gun again.
Slam dunk!
It's normal. Uh-oh. You like that music? It sure sounds different. Feels fresh. Hmm?
Yeah, full impact!
Why are loot bugs so adorable? Why?
Fuck!
Hello. And welcome.
Emily, thank you. That is actually so fucking scary.
Wouldn't hurt someone with these eyes.
Oh my god. What the?
I missed you too, Hopsies!
Poop 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 poop.
Oh my god, I hear little incoherent noises and I was like, Oh right, I have the mod installed.
Reloading! Just what I needed.
I love mods. Mods are great. Poop 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 poop.
Jeez.
Platform!
Fuck!
Whoa, even that far away?
Funny enough, when you pat a Steve with this mod, there's a chance you'll hear the soldier say, "Rock and stone."
Oh my god! I have to fight Steve! That's my mission. To hear soldiers say rock and stone, that's my mission. Oh goodness. Oh! How many bombs were there? Still going. God. Hey, two beans, I guess. Oh. What am I looking at? Maybe this doesn't kill me? Oh, oh, what? Oh, oh, wow, 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 that's so nice. Whoa, 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 wow. Okay, okay. Now did this attack you when you fixed it? I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But now I know. It's so good. Oh. Oh my god, the noises. Oh my god. Steve.
Set him up, knock him dead, and I'm getting paid for this shit. This is a lie.
Oh my god, they are so fucking scary. I guess this is what I get
Help!
for playing Hazard 5, huh?
Let's go. You're my hero.
Red and destroy.
Help! Yeah. How am I gonna survive this? This is what I get for playing Hazard 5.
Help me, Bosco.
Bosco, help me. Bosco, help me! I'm running away. the noises.
You're always there when I need you, Bosco.
I can't.
If you folks can't kill kobolds, then play us like you're done. You're done.
Oh.
See, I told you I'm good with animals. He wiggles so cutely when you pet him like this.
Meadows for everyone.
Yeah, you're a badass.
Freedom, Mega. The worm has turned. Just
Okay, okay, you get head pats.
stay frosty.
Yeah, good boy.
I can't.
I love the smell of a kicked ass in the morning.
Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
Proud boys. I cherish these moments we spend together. Eyes
Steve, you're
forward.
the best.
Let's do this.
Hmm.
I bet you those other little gliffers are so jealous right now.
I'm still your friend.
I'm still your friend. I love this. God.
Turret armed.
So well made.
Loading up for more destruction.
Don't let the slashers hit you or you're dead.
Crunchy.
Crunchy.
War is hell. Freedom isn't free.
War is hell, freedom isn't free.
Stick with me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast.
Well done.
You're my friend now. We're gonna have soft tacos
Let's
later.
do this.
Yeah, it's you and me against the world.
Stay frosty.
You just throw a banana at me.
Even a glyph can be cute.
War. What is it good for? Everything.
Good boy.
Eyes forward. I got your 6.
I got your 6.
Aw, you
Thanks,
see?
soldier.
Even a glyph can be cute.
Let's do this.
Come on, soldier, say it.
I bet you those other little gliffers are so jealous right
It's not
now.
doing anything? It did.
Gentlemen.
I saw a banana right at the corner of my eye.
Stick with me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast. Yeah, you're a badass.
I can't. That's kind of scary.
He wiggles so cutely when you pet him like this. You're out.
You say, but I didn't. What? I didn't? Oh god, I'm terrible. The bug's talking? Great. I love it.
Platform.
I don't like that. Come here, cupcake. Oh, god damn it. I can't play the game. I can't play the game. Come here, cupcake, says a spider. God damn. If I fucking hear a spider tell me, come here, cupcake, I would just go and sleep. What the fuck is that?
Corona corroded!
I can't.
Oh yeah! You're my friend now. We're gonna have some tacos later.
You've done me proud, boys. Every one of you deserves a medal.
Steve, you're the best.
I love the smell of a kicked ass in the morning.
Yeah, it's you and me against the world.
Let's do this.
Okay, you get head pats.
Demo man? Uh-oh.
Just try to stop me!
Freed! Holy shit. Oh, yeah.
Platform created.
Sometimes mods are a godsend. Well, emphasis on sometimes.
Come get me.
Hi, Steve.
War is hell. Freedom isn't free.
Freedom isn't free. Sometimes I feel like I'm too easily amused. But I think that's a good thing. Come get me.
What? Struggling to kill a kobold? That's just embarrassing!
I'm scared. I'm terrified.
Bottoms up, Molly.
Okay, I'm just spending time with Steve currently, or Soldier. Krappa? I'm scared. Nope. What's going on? Where's all the sound coming from? Whoa! Steve, no! Oh wait, no, Steve isn't there. Here.
Good boy.
I do not know. I'm not good at this game. Why am I doing heads up 5? Why am I doing this to myself? I'm just here to mine. Oh boy. I hear something. Whoop, 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 whoop.
They killed Steve! You bastards!
Sorry, Steve. You're stuck with me.
Taste my might! Oh yes, say my name! Platform place! Part of my soul leaves me whenever I kill these things.
It's sad I had to kill loot bugs too. What? Oh, my shredder.
Full impact!
Why are there so many loot bugs here? Now, part of me wants to just kill all the loot bugs. Part of me feels painful trying to kill them. It doesn't help the fact that the noises that they make is so adorable. God damn it, game. Thanks. Thank you, game. Thank you.
Jeez.
Access provided. No need to thank me. Yeah! There's the adrenaline!
Jeez.
Platform set and ready to use.
Jeez.
Platform
Jeez.
set, sturdy, and ready.
Jeez.
I'm hearing soldiers again. That's from so far away I can hear them. It's so scary. I can't.
Jeez.
Platform up.
Jeez.
Access provided. No need to thank me.
Hey Molly, hi.
I'm telling telling you, if I had a credit for every time I was pat on the head by a dwarf, I would be a millionaire by the end of the year.
You.
Shredder Swarm!
Resupply ordered.
Sending in a tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait. It's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself.
Find the shiniest yourself. No!
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up. All right, loading back up.
I should have cut my shotgun. I'm not good with this. Oh! I don't like this.
I'm gonna tear through each and every single one of you!
Oh, that's cool. Hey, you, hey!
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
Molly, Molly. Oh. Oh no, oh no, oh no, why? What? Oh, I should get Steve. Don't hit me. Oh, God. Oh, the spit. Maybe I'm just staying here for too much. I should be quick about this. Okay, okay, okay. Let's try my best. Let's try my best.
G.
I cannot do things fast. Okay, licks. I can tell you're loving it so much. That obvious? Yeah, I am. Mods really bring me back to a game really easily. If there's mods that I like, oh, you know I'm gonna play the game a lot more. Now, what's the game that brought me back again with mods? I mean, this is one, definitely.
I guess if you hit something enough, it just works.
There was one more game that I forgot. Oh, Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, Risk of Rain 2 is like one of the game as well that I look into the mods in Risk of Rain 2, and yeah, there's some good mods in there. Like, they were mods made by Mika Taillover. It's like so good. Oh, so is Monster Hunter Rise as well. Yeah. Some good mods.
The dwarves have got it in my head now. From downtown!
Not even that. I keep hearing. Oh, that's your voice.
Okay, you get head pats.
You've done me proud, boys.
Thanks. Oh, is that an explosion? Oh. Oh my god. I can't. I'm just trying to save the leg.
Get me up, Bosco!
Oh, I tried. Oh god, that's so good. I'm not even remotely as pissed. It's so fucking good. Maybe I should just do Hazard 4 for now. You saw why did you take my off explosives on Hazard 5? Because I'm terrified.
Okay, I think I'm good.
See, this is why I love Tekken a lot more. I'm not really good in terms of like shooty man games. So I'll do a lot of weird things. All good though, all good. Haven't got any combat music yet, just wait until it starts. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Which quest has combat music again?
Oh yeah.
Fucking patience.
Elimination and point extraction. Oh, how about Morkai? Can I get the combat music on the quest trying to get Morkai? I think I'll like that. Like this one. Golden bugs? Oh. oh, golden bugs though. Oh. Every Q is worth gold. I need it. It sounds so shiny. Ekhan, I think Ekhan has combat music. I think. Should I try Driller? I'm gonna try Driller. Let's do Driller. High pressure ejector. Range of flame for long distance is oh, high capacity tank. Flame reach. I don't know, this one sounds good.
Yet another good modification.
Reload time? Spread? Pinpoint accuracy on the first shot? Oh no. My accuracy, safe to say, is kinda terrible. I'll do the Morkite quest. Even though the egg hunt has golden bugs, it's fine. Magazine size. Magazine is magazine is the ammo that I can shoot at one time, is it? So I can shoot 17 times before I need to reload? Or is it the... Oh, it's not the max ammo. I think... yeah, I was right then. Yeah, magazine sounds good. Hey.
Mod acquired.
Larger damage radius? Can carry out more explosive pack? More damage. Larger explosive.
Well, this mod better be worth it. Who am I kidding? Of course it's gonna be.
I can drill on enemies? Drill faster? Carries more fuel? Mining rate and movement speed or drilling? This one seems good. I'll get this one.
Now that shiny's well spent.
Yeah, definitely.
Change a few numbers there, move a little bit here, remove that, add that, and there we go! Just the tweaking I needed to my equipment.
Oh yeah, perks. I need to get Steve. This one. Yeah. Oh, always get Steve. Always. Oh, this one. Get an 8% sprint speed boost. Second win. I like this one. With melee, I can regain health. Sure. Promote the driller once to unlock this slot. Oh, I need to promote. Okay. Alright, let's do a simple quest with driller. Wait. Huh? Did something just change? Huh? Where's the golden button? I don't know. Has a tree. Maybe two. Three? Two? I think two is too much of a pussy. Three. All good.
Oops, I started the drop pod sequence. I guess you better get on board.
Thanks, Tweak. I shouldn't order too much.
That's pretty.
Oh yeah, one last thing. This one. I had the hair. Do I? Oh wait, no, this is engineer. Oh, did I not switch to gunner? Oh, it's driller, sorry.
I will tame the terrain of hot seats. I like where this is going.
Oh. Emerald?
Yeah, okay, maybe. Not sure.
Alright, that's good enough. Right. I just want to bring a barrel with me. Don't deny. Don't deny. I'm just... Come on. I just want a barrel. Okay. Get it. Get... Whoa. Alright.
So fuzzy. Gold and scale.
Has a tree, right? Nah, has a tree should be fine. Oh wait, how am I supposed to mine things if I'm a driller? I thought a platform. Oh no.
There's only gold for the bold, and we're bold. Let's show DRG how the kobolds do it.
Come on, guys, this is just a Morgate mission. You just gotta mine it, put it in the mule, and call in the escape pod.
Ooh. That thing is bad.
trash, the worthless thing. I used them too rapidly. Gotta wait for them to recharge.
Another subtle track. FTL. Faster than light. Hi again, Narix. Wait, I'm driller. 4? No, not this one. Ah, see, I can drill. I forgot. I heard soldiers. I'm scared. No.
Keep your appendages to yourselves.
It's fine. Boyfriend brought back stuff from his overseas trip and I think he got me a Capcom builder model of files. Wow. Press R with them? The driller? Whoa. Can I mine more kite with this? Ooh. No. Huh? What? No, huh? No, huh? That's weird. It's meant for terrain. Aww. Don't wait. Forward. Can be used on bugs? Ooh.
Ohio tilde ni hao ma. Bohia.
Ohio. Ni hao ma. Wow. Oh, the driller, the drill scares them? Thanks, Bracky. Ni hao ma, 我很好. You want me to 你要我讲这样的华文，我可以。你要我 become a more 我也 OK。Thanks, Narix. No. No, I'm not doing that for 8 minutes. You fuck. Ay. Okay, screen's gonna flash a little bit. I'm sorry. Give me a second. I forgot to automate this. Tiredness. No, nothing about it is too bad. There. 我讲华语了呢。8分钟啊，我放 timer 一下，你等我一下。Don't worry. If I reply something, I'll still be in English. Don't worry. Okay, 8分钟。With the mod, you'll know when you're fearing them. Oh, okay. 那我就可以试试看用这个去炸高点他们咯。这个呢？嗨。哇！哇，帅哦！蛋炒饭，哇，香哦！我今天早上我吃猪脚饭呢。对 I would just use drill on everything. The fuck?
Alert! Incoming meteors! Better stop what you're doing. Double jointed legs are good for running, because there's
What the fuck is going on? I'm just a level 2 driller? Hello?
They're here. Well, it was nice knowing you, you adorable little lizards.
Thanks, Tweak. 烧高你们，以为我怕咩？没有理由的嘛，你bomb不是给你们醒。哦
Praetorian down. Might want to step back.
你吃不到，没有办法哦。等你回来了，你不是讲10月有可能会回来吗？ Dark Tide music, yeah. Good shit, man. Making the game feels fresh, honestly. Oh wait, that's Steve! Oh god, that's Steve! Steve! Hi. Charge! I need to run. I need to run now, says the clip. I can't. Oh fuck. I'm tearing up. Fuck. I need to run away now. 哎，很好诶，其实这些 mod 这样啊，我感觉我会很喜欢玩这个 game 去哦。我等下他们这个 swarm 不会玩呢。
Yeah, it's you and me against the world. Oh, you see? Even a glyphic can be cute. You're my friend now. We're gonna have some tacos later.
Oh yeah, I need to do this. Can I just... Oh! Whoa!
Listen to those minerals go.
October no comeback. Agent can help me condo key on my behalf. Oh, okay. Next year CNY already eyeing on the ticket. Good, 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 good.
You smell something cooking?
Yeah, how am I supposed to get that? 我现在没有 platform 的话，我觉得我上不去啊。还是我就挖一个洞去上面。有点怪懒，不过可以耶。有点奇怪，不过可以的。How you like that? Damn hot rocks don't hurt nowhere near as much as magma hot rocks. Look at the damage over time. Am I gonna die? This just a... What is that? Whoa. Can I get it back? Oh. Stay there and look at your shields. Oh, that's not painful. I could just stand in it then. I mean, I guess they only please the fear factor.
That's about all I can carry. Move your butt over here and hurry, please.
Liar Molly. Taking myself back to normal.
Exploring these tunnels.
Not super expensive like last time. 好啦，就，哎，不是，好像前几天还是几个礼拜前我好像听讲那个，从沙巴飞去 KL 要2000多块，好像是芳姐讲的，我听到吓死了呢。手嗨哦，我要飞去一个这样近的地方，国内飞而已哦，他妈的都要多少钱？2000多。不是 return 过嘞 ，one way 诶。
love that sound.
Don't worry too much about them hot rocks by meteorites. That's good to know. Is there gonna be more plague hearts around? Me 有看到。他们把 Nitron 弄不见呢，很吐哦。爽啊！这 Sonic。 Sonic!
Sorry, Bug. I'm pulling you over.
There was just one with the small ones. No more, but they can be. Oh, sorry, I was trying to. Oh, the drill feels great. Oh, there it is. No. Oh, the sun is shining directly on my face again. So it's almost 5 PM, I think? Yeah, 那个太阳直接照到我的脸了。
That hit the spot.
没有看到的。所以讲他们跌这样多个也是就一个耶。哦。Can I drill this? Oh! A time when we all know and love. Or maybe even hate. Alright, no more tunnels. Sorry about the screen flashing a lot. It's like whenever whenever I click outside.
Whoa, better brace yourselves. That's a big swarm incoming.
Ping Bosco? Bosco, where are you? Bosco?
You always make sure I'm never truly alone, Bosco. Hey, Bosco, how's things with you and Dottie the Hottie?
Dottie the Hottie? Whoa.
The swarm's here. Time to be kobold.
Kobold! Here we go, baby! Freed! Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Won't you dodge? Yeah, okay with your blood.
Kaboo! The classic Kaboo! You like this track? Liking it, yeah. Yoink!
The wave is almost over. Wipe out what's left.
That sounds painful. God, I'm so glad I found these mods. Well, not me, but Dragon here helped me find it. I'm glad. Mods makes me happy. Oh, the mods that I like. Yeah.
You are a spineless worm.
Who's a spineless worm? Huh? Oh, Steve.
Steve, come on, bad boy.
Did the pet not work? No, the pet works. I saw it, I think.
Melons for everyone.
Melons for everyone.
I love the smell of a kicked ass in the morning.
I cannot play this game without without laughing my ass off anymore. Ah, fuck. Is it raining with sun? It's sun raining. What the fuck? It's not a bad thing. Oh no, it's not. It is most definitely not a bad thing. Safe to say. It's a good thing, even.
Good boy.
I got your 6.
I got your 6. I think I mentioned the What up? Tell me. Apa sal? Apa hal? Apa kamu mau? Purple Martino MR200. Huh? You mean Violet needs MR200?
I can't wait to see what's beyond the next area.
How do I get rid of this without hurting myself? That hurts a lot. The problem was, we saw a teaser of, he's going to be... Purple Mazio needs MR200. I mean, I'm already MR200, so all good. And it's the final boss of Sunbreak storyline. Good. I just keep hearing Soldier laughing. You do know that Bosco can help your mind if you ping the veins. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that Bosco can do that. But then again, I love mining. If I do tell Bosco to help me mine the things, it's...
See? I told you I'm good with animals.
It's great. But I wouldn't... I would not feel...
This kobold's a little sleepy.
I would not feel the satisfaction of mining. Right? Oh, the sun is shining on my face. Oh. Wait, am I back or am I back?
Okay, you get head pats.
Like this?
Time to get mining. Glow stick recharging.
Sorry, I'm just staying here for a little bit. Are they... Why are they hitting? Oh, I'm out.
a real beast.
Professor called me XCOM 2 for Switch. XCOM 2? Oh wait, no, the Chimera Squad is the one that has Snake in it. That's why I played it. So XCOM 2 is like no snakes? Okay! I should run. I'm just trying to get the Morkai, please. Just so you know, you still have to pick them out, but it helps if it's too far. Ah, okay. Satisfaction. Ooh.
Better sharpen those pickaxes. There's a swarm incoming.
Let's get down and destroy this. Shoot aliens with lasers from across the map? That's XCOM? I mean, XCOM is like a turn-based game, right? Like Divinity a little bit.
He wiggles so cutely when you pat him like this. Open wide, Molly.
Wait, this is a dead end, right? No, it's a dead end.
Steve, what happened? Steve? Steve! You picked on the wrong kobold.
Ooh. Bosco is strong.
The last of the wave is approaching you now. Finish them.
I should get out of here. Oi! Oh, this is bad. Woohoo! Just run first. Does the cinematic slow down every time a sniper takes a pot shot during enemy's turn to snipe them from across the map? I mean, it's a sniper. Sniping across the map sounds normal.
Die, worthless crystal!
How do I get... Oh. Oh, that is good. Okay, there's no need to go back down anymore. I only have 81. Oh god. Apoca Bloom?
felt better.
Oh no, where am I? Oh no, where am I?
Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar.
Okay, so this is where I was. There must be some more place that I can go around here.
Fuck!
Or not? Oh boy. How am I lost already? um Oh. It's third nearby. Okay, okay.
If only I had a flare gun.
Oh, it's there? Oh my god. Hey, Bosco, can you destroy this thing?
Hey, Bosco, can you check that out, please?
No? Okay, Bosco take Apoca Bloom? Oh boy. Should probably...
Bloody Bacteras have caught your scent. Oh, I wonder if those are like bloody berries.
Resupply on its way.
Sending in an extra shiny supply pod.
Fight like a man. I'm scared of you, maggots.
Resupply.
Bacteria swarm incoming. Wait, why did they all get to fly? That's cheating.
I'm all out. Okay, taking ammunition.
This is kind of bad, isn't it?
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Oh. Hazard tree, by the way.
You're always there when I need you, Bosco.
Thanks, Bosco. Which one is the weak point? The shiny bits?
Looks like the dry jaw should have tried harder.
Man, I don't know which teams I'm enjoying more. The powerful dwarves or the maniacal kobolds?
The maniacal kobolds always. Always. I'm definitely not biased just because I'm a kobold or anything.
Loading up for more destruction. Whew, I feel fresh out of the egg.
Okay, now I just need to think of a way to get up there. Nice. It would be so nice to have platforms.
And a little closer to our quota.
This is so neat though. The thrill is so good though. Yeah, I'm slowly getting used to how driller works in solo. Really gonna make use of the driller to make terrains for yourself.
Done right, you call on the kobolds. Yeah.
Maybe not that one.
You dig, I'll catch.
How do I jump down? Probably not do that, I guess. Oh no. Like your voice is very cozy. Uh-oh. That doesn't hurt. That hurts. Oh. Merb kobold. Wow. Hi. Hello to another fellow kobold. Kobold rolling in. Wow. Always love a kobold rolling in. How you doing? Fantastic emote, I know, right? It's so good. Doing great rolling around, you know? I get that. I get that. I know. Oh, I hear soldier. Yeah, don't worry about it. Am I gonna die? Oh, yep. Oh my god. Oh.
Cutting you down! What? You thought that just because you're bigger you could take us? You're sorely mistaken!
Okay, I need to get up there, get that nitro. Wait, I can't. Bosco. Hey, Bosco, do your thing.
Time to put those claws to work, Bosco.
Uh-oh. Right? Gonna get all the shinies in there. But then I have to destroy this shiny.
Hello.
There are some bad shinies out there. I cannot believe it. Merp, thank you. A big appreciate. Where did all the nitro go? Oh yeah, if you guys see my eyes not opening, that's because the sun is shining directly on my face and makes the camera all jank. But don't worry about it, my eyes are wide open. I mean, I'm pretty sure anyway, even though I'm Asian. Curtains? Nah. I don't want to get up. I don't want to get up.
Swarm detected.
Oh god.
Kobolds really do smell as much as dwarves. Yeah.
No. I mean, you definitely can, I know.
Swarm, they're here.
Not having a turret doesn't make me feel safe. They're a menace. Oh. Not now, soldier. Please. There we go. In the oppressor? Wow.
Even without my dark vision, you're too easy to hit. Steve, no! Asking the tough questions.
I think that's good damage.
Maybe you guys should be exterminators instead of miners.
Thanks, Tweak.
Yeah, I know you're a hungry girl.
Another good track. This one's kind of like Mass Effect, even though it's not. Never played Mass Effect myself. Kobolds unite. We kobolds need to stick together, huh? Very important. Yeah, I think that's everything here. Kinda want to play more Driller. I'm closing the curtains. I want to play more Driller. I'm sweating, that's why. Alright, everything should be good. Great for the soundtrack before? Probably because I downloaded a mod where it plays a lot of other games music. From what I understand. Never heard. I want to listen to like a Deltarune music here. They did mention that Deltarune music is one of the music that's gonna play here. Oh no. Oh, that's a big drum. I think I'll just walk down slowly. I think it was from Metal Gear Solid 5. Oh yeah, it's one of them. There is some MGS tracks in this mod. A remix of one of the events. Oh. Oh, shiny. The drop pod track? Oh.
Oh, yeah!
Today's weather is weird. It's like thundering when there's harsh sunlight going on.
Why can we upgrade literally everything we carry but the flares?
Is it rain or is it firecrackers going on? I mean it's Raya, but gosh, I don't even know what's happening. Oh yeah, you guys gonna hear it probably. It's like very, very far away.
Well done. You did the thing you were supposed to do. It's like you were getting shinies for it or something.
Am I getting shinies for it? Of course I'm doing it.
This is fun! Why not? I can't use this for anything.
Oh, that's too high up.
Show me how you mine, Bosco.
Bosco doesn't mine very fast, does it? But then again, Bosco can fly. You know, having Bosco being able to mine is just a big win already. I shouldn't complain too much. Alright, thanks Bosco. Kamsia.
Objective completed. Press the button on the mule and we'll send in the drop pod.
I think it's raining heavily with harsh sun. I am very I am very, very confused. What? Yeah, I think that's everything.
Resupply on its way.
Bosco can survive. Hey. No, 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 I'm not doing it. Because there's a swarm coming.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up.
I don't need this for now. I can use the explosive.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
This shit is dangerous.
Bang!
Look, the position of cuteness has already been taken.
Oh.
I ran dry. Need more ammo.
That's good. Oh yeah. Nothing a bit of an arson doesn't solve. I may sound chill, but I do love a bit of a chaos sometimes. Oh.
Stay by my side, Steve. I bet you those other little lippets
Uh-oh.
are so jealous.
Sorry, Steve. Kaboom!
The hostiles are backing down. Do you think they're planning to regroup and come back for us?
I can't the burp. Oh my god. I'm so happy right now.
Why not? I can't use this for anything. Yeah, you're a badass.
Sound off and be alone, freedom.
You see, even a griffin can be cute. Okay, you get head pats.
And stone.
Oh, I heard it! Rock and stone! Oh my god. I heard it!
Taken.
Rock and stone, wow!
Alright, loading back up.
Alright, all good. Where's Molly? Uh-oh.
It's times like this I wish I could whistle.
Don't worry, team. Drop pod's on the way. As soon as I figure out how to land it.
Jam.
The drop pod has arrived. The money's been called back. I mean, mule. Drop pod's burning in 5 minutes. There's no way.
Molly, please be careful. Molly? Oh my god, Molly. What? I'm so glad. I'm not glad anymore. Come on, Molly. I did say be careful. Jeez. Oh, jeez. I regret my decisions and my deeds.
Go, go, go! Drop pod isn't waiting forever!
I'm just gonna dig my way straight to the drop pod. How about that? I'm a driller, goddammit.
Gotta watch that overheat.
I gotta watch that overheat. Oh my god, it's actually kind of scary. Please get away. Okay. Alright, let's dig straight to the drop pod. This is how drillers do, right? This is how drillers do. I'm pretty sure anyway.
Drop pod departing in 4 minutes. Hey, why can't we just launch it now? What do you mean we have to wait for them?
This is how drillers work.
Yeah, it's you and me against the world. Head for the drop pod!
Doing it. Oh my god. Hopefully there's no driller main looking at me.
Fuck you piece of shit.
It killed my bug! No!
How many minutes? 3? It should be fine.
Drop pod departing in 3 minutes. Why can't we launch again? Oh, you have a union.
Oh, it cools down really fast. Okay, okay. Uh-oh.
Get a move on! Come on!
Oh, is it not here? Hmm.
You bugs are nothing!
I'm just gonna dig away straight to. It's fine, it's fine. Gosh, I miss having platforms. Never thought how great platforms are.
T-minus 2 minutes.
Oh, there it is.
We better hurry!
I'm scared of you.
I can't drill without fuel! Oh no, what do I do? Oh,
Oh.
I know! Keep shooting!
There's fuel? No one told me there's fuel. Oh god. Hey, don't worry about it. I have 1 minute. I have 1 minute. I don't think I want to risk the jump. I don't think I want. Oh, I can just. Come. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. I'm not panicking. I'm not panicking.
Alright, your resupply's here!
Thanks, game.
Get ammunition and
Oh.
shit.
Thanks,
A little bit
game.
for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
Tick, 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 tick.
Departing in 1 minute. You better get your asses in there.
Okay, Tweak. Okay. All right, Tweak. I got it. I got you. I got you. Just a bit more time. All right, just a bit more time. Come.
To the drop pod!
Oh my god, that's too close for comfort.
I guess we'll send in the next cleanup crew later.
That's a little too close for comfort. All good, all good. Never panic. Good job, thanks, friend. The kobolds did it. Oh, it's already 5:31. God, time flies.
Her point clank.
I feel like I kind of want the I mean, the mod is great, but I kind of want the original music for now. Let me change it back. Where is it? Oh, I don't get cheese as well? That's sad. Yeah, this one. Let me disable this for now. It can't be the kobold on home territory? Exactly. In caves? Ooh. Unfiltered feel? Ooh. Triple filtered feel? And sticky flame duration? Sticky flame? More damage or burn? I like burn, yeah. Oh, I got power tech. Nice.
Expensive, but I really need
Fire. Fire's great. I still want to hear a kobold say shit.
Check out this move. No, 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 no. Now it's a party. Whoops.
No. Kobold doesn't say shit. Dark Morkai? When mining? Yeah, I'll try to do the assignments again. At least this time it didn't specify that I need to do a Hazard 4, right? It's a weekly assignment. Yeah, okay. It's a matter if it's Stone Age, medieval times, or the future. Fire always works great. Fire is like the past, the present, and the future, like you said. Gonna go now, but I'm happy you're loving both the kobold mods and other mods I asked you to try out. Oh, I'm loving them. Thanks for suggesting those to me. And also, thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for making the kobold mod. You made me enjoy this game a lot more. So yeah, I'm glad. I'm really glad. Exploders infestation? Kobolds don't say shit, they say sheep. Okay. Okay. You know what? True. Yep. You'll be attacked by an almost constant flow of Glyphid Exploder packs. That's bad. Almost constant flow of Glyphid Exploder? So I'll just keep hearing kaboom. Kobold mods should be standard, right? Because I was, before the kobold mods is a thing, or before I know kobold mods is a thing, I was saying this game is like actually made for kobolds. This game is cave dwelling, shiny mining, and you get gold. It's everything a kobold ever wants. It's like, why dwarves where you can put kobold? That makes more sense. And now what do we have? A kobold full-fledged mod. It's like super happy about this. Pretty sure kobold don't mind. Oh, they could.
I started the drop pod sequence. I guess you better get on board.
Kobold could mind. If you bribe them to, oh, not bribe, if you ask them nicely with some proper offering, yeah. Gonna get this game. This game's great.
I'm too old for this shit.
I'm too old for this shit.
Watch and learn. Oh, crap.
Still trying to get it. They steal, scavenge mostly. Oh, they don't steal. Oh, there it is. They take they take what's rightfully theirs, even though it's from other people's pockets. Nah, it's theirs. Infected grunts would say funny brain maggot lines like, when you kill one, abandoned head, brain maggot. I see kobold, now you see two kobolds with merp here. Yep. Hi, smoky dragons. It's been a while. Been a while. I recognize that name.
Fuck!
Goodbye, world. Spineless hold.
They shall tell tales of the golden scales. I'll never get tired of that ride.
You're cute. Wow. You know what? I can now shift. I can now shift this one. Merp is cute. Merp's a kobold as well. Take care, Dragon V. Appreciate you stopping by.
We need to go in and get all the equipment that the previous team lost. I wonder what happened to them. Oh God. Oh jeez, why did I have to look? Let's just hope this doesn't happen to you guys.
What? It's kind of funny how when I first started, no, it's not when I first started. My first ever, my own ever character, you know, Droxen, is actually a Forest Guardian cryptid thing. And then eventually, the more I stream, and then the more I feel like I'm a kobold. Because not only do I love dragons a lot, like a lot, I even have a dragon simping corner. A dragon simping. I'm trying to talk. Oh my god. I have a dragon simping corner in my Discord channel. That's how much I love dragons. So eventually I made a Eastern Dragon character for myself, and then after a while I make a snake for myself. But then it's like, snake's cool. I love reptilians. So it's like, why not make a kobold since, you know, dragons, and I love them. So eventually I made a kobold character for myself, and yeah, I'm vibing a lot as a kobold. Very happy about it. Very, very happy. Talking's for nerds. Yeah, I can't be a nerd. Oh, this place is weird. Help. Thanks, game. I'm pretty sure that's gonna kill me sooner or later. I'm scared.
Taste my might!
Time to roar and get the loot. Oh, the shinies belongs to us. Especially when they're in the cave. I should explore around a little bit more. Maybe not. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh. Thanks. Not here. Oh, that's just bad, isn't it? That is just mean. that is just straight up bullying. Oh my god. Yeah, all good. It's okay, kobolds are strong. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, God. The burping noises.
I've got a bad feeling about this, but not as bad as usual.
Okay, salvaging meal shouldn't be too hard. It's so obvious when they're here. Oh, can you not? USA. God damn it, the mod is great. Oh.
Fuck!
Why won't you?
God, I might be dead. I might be dead. And the earthquake. What? You give Merper follow? I ought to do that as well. Kobolds unite! Oh, it's them ending. It's them. Oh, it's just a bug. Oh, that scared the shit out of me.
Who's at the top of the food chain now, Bugs?
Stop. I kind of wish the driller can drill the minerals as well. Although I'm sure that's gonna destroy the minerals. Oh! Boom! Kobold power. What the fuck? Can I mine things? I don't even have a chance to mine
Heck
things.
is Molly? Molly!
Heck.
Slam dunk!
I have 2 more axes.
Well done, I guess. I don't know how hammering it fixed it, but it worked.
Nice. Where was the nitra just now? There was like a huge chunk of nitra. And then I got scared away. Oh, there it is. What's happening?
Wow, that's a lot of blips. Oh no, it's a meteor strike incoming.
Yee. Oh. I can't. Oh, this one is too far away. Murder the faces. They don't mess with a kobold.
This is our lives. We live it and we love it. Molly, here, now. Down you go!
I missed it.
You know, I think I've seen some spare pipe rails lying around the station. Just saying.
Why are the apoca blooms in such a weird position? Oh, easy. Oh, can you mine that for me?
Show me how you mine, Bosco.
Oh.
Oh yeah, feeling much better now.
It's a good thing kobolds are often
Did you
underestimated.
hear about that rumor of that one dwarf that accidentally said golden scales instead of rock and stone?
Makes it easier to defeat our enemies, huh? For Carl. Hi, Elcar. How's life? I assume you're still working at this tower, right? Oh my god. I love this mod. I really do.
My feet! My poor feet!
My gosh, without platform, traversing this area is kinda hard. I'm just gonna jump down from here. Nice. Oh. Gosh, it's never ending. Well, where was I trying to go again? I'm lost. Oh yeah, meal. Underestimate the kobold makes it easier for us to defeat our enemies. 100%. Oh boy.
Wow, usually when I hit something with a hammer, it just makes it worse.
Nothing like the sounds of the acquisition of material wealth.
I need 7 more. Apocablooms. Oh boy. I just stood there and take it. Oh my god.
Help me, Bosco! You're always there when I need you, Bosco. Resupply ordered.
Here, have a supply pod on me. And by on me, I mean on you. And by on you, I mean give me your nitra.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up.
Why am I on fire?
Fuck!
Loading up for more destruction. I feel rejuvenated.
Okay, I need to get this gold. I need the gold. It's very important. Oh! Thanks, bug.
Fuck!
I'll just take one more
All
for
right,
good measure.
loading back up.
Unleash my fighting spirit. The kobold got this. Whoa, I need a drink. They weren't kidding when they say almost constant waves of explodies.
A kobold never sleeps. It power naps.
Kobold power naps? Sounds about right. Oh, I don't like that tinnitus sound. Oh, mama! Ooh. That was point blank. Okay, how much more Apocalypse Bloom?
My feet! My poor feet!
3 more? It's possible. Oh.
It burns! It burns!
You just have to look for shiny flowers. Oh god.
You smell something cooking? That had to hurt!
Boo! Yeah, definitely been here before.
Feeling much better now.
Ooh.
This is my world. Get here, cupcake.
Come here, cupcake.
Slam dunk!
I'm gonna get that yeast cone or nitra. Oh, just jump on. I'll take it. You might notice that I'm not throwing a lot of flares. I'm trying to look for shiny flowers. It's kind of easier to look at apoca blooms in the dark. That was way up there. There's no way.
This is the life.
Oh. Just need what? Oh, hey, there it is. Nice, we got him. And the drop pod is here as well. Wow. So nice.
The secondary objective is completed, but you still have to finish the job.
Okay. All good, all good.
Oh yeah!
That didn't heal as much. There we go.
Remember, you can always deposit on the drop pod if you can't deposit in Molly. Let's get that broken down pod fixed.
Wait, later I look.
Excellent. All the mules are back in the pod. Now we just have to establish a connection to find out what's wrong with the thing.
The Steam message is on my end. Wow. Stink. Hi, Roxas. Wait, what do I do now? Uplink the mission control.
Dangerous bug infested planet! Well, guess what? I am danger!
Where's the uplink thing? I don't see the uplink thing. Yeah, it says uplink to mission control. It's supposed to be there should be like a rectangular box that I need to fix, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. It should be like right around the it should be just right around the drop pod, but this time I'm not seeing it. Wow, that hurts. That's nothing. That's all? What did you send me? Later I check. Oh, my eyes is constantly closed now because it's getting dark. Great. Yeah, it's not just me, I'm not seeing the uplink thing. Oh no, what's going on? Sleep streaming? Probably. Oh my god. Still loving it. It's nowhere to be seen.
Ow, 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 ow.
Oh no. Did I mess up something? Yeah, there's no... Is it gone? I mean, there's no way that it's gone. Oh god, where did I put it? I never had this happen before. Like, this is the first time. There's no way it got exploded. Boom! That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. I guess I could try to run around just to find the thing. Like, I mean, normally it should be around the drop pod. Yeah. Well, normally. This one is clearly abnormal, so... All good, all good. I'm just gonna try to run around and find it then. Do you see how fucked this is?
I hate waiting for these things to warm up.
Do you see how... God, the game is actively trying to bully me! I should pause the game. I gotta reopen the curtains. That is so far away from the drop pod! Okay, curtains are back up. So it was raining, okay. That's all I need to paint the model myself. Wait, you have a model? I have to look at this. Oh, wow. Why you have to paint? You can paint your own. You can paint your own Baruki. Oh, that's good. Oh god. He just restore. kill the Narga. Oh yeah.
Resupply on its way.
Sending in the supplies. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have touched that. And that team's dead.
Oh, Steve's dead.
Your supplies soon.
Yeah, Narga is painted one. I saw that one.
Everybody collect ammunition.
So you're telling me that you hit it with a hammer enough times and it started working? That sounds like a
Okay,
double
okay,
tactic.
taking ammunition.
Anyway, the uplink's working. We're trying to triangulate your positions. Please stay in the zone.
No tweak.
You realize the mission is back in the triangulation zone, right?
Is that God? Really?
Triangulation's only
Has a tree? Oppressor?
into a tunnel or something. We're getting bad reception.
This shit is staying. I feel
Let me make this easier for you. Big green circle. You inside of it. Good.
Good.
Get back in the triangulation zone. If we lose your signal, we can't get it back.
Oh, this is bad.
Please go back in the zone. Only a Gary couldn't figure this one out.
Shut up, tweak. I'm gonna die.
The zone is for you to be inside of it.
flipping. That's just downright depressing.
Get back in the triangulation zone. If we lose your signal, we can't. You realize the mission is back in the triangulation zone, right?
Shut up, tweak.
Please go back in the zone. Only a Gary couldn't figure this one out.
Try jaw down.
The triangulation has failed. Maybe it's because you're so deep underground. Either way, we're writing this mission off as a loss. I guess we'll send in a pod to pick you up at some
Whoa!
point.
It will fail.
Oh yeah, feeling much better now.
Oh, I didn't know it would just fail like that. I can't get back in. I was getting bullied by the oppressor. Wow, I didn't know it would just fail like that. That's harsh. That is harsh. God. Sorry about the screen. I'm gonna try again. But this time I'll do Hazard 4 on... Oh, maybe not. Let's try other characters. Scout? Or Gunner. Gunner has the line, the zip line. The Gunner looks very bulky. You know, let's do Gunner.
Absolutely nothing for me to fire this gun for 24 hours.
Can you imagine reaching a brush into the mouth just to paint the tongue? Oh shit. Just the sound of that pain. Right, very painful. Improve stability? Gun. Kobold for gun? The best. I kind of want to just get more ammo. Yeah, why not? It's a minigun, right?
Yeah, modification bought.
It's a minigun, it's probably gonna tear through the ammo really quickly. I think anyway. Cooling rate? Cooling rate. Do I need cooling rate if I don't if I don't fire fast enough? I don't need cooling rate. Revolver. Accuracy, quick fire, reload speed. Yeah, I guess I do like reload speed. Alright, let's try again. Little fish out. Gold rush. Gold rush. We're rich. The mission area is full of extra rich gold veins. Wow. But then I get little fish outbreak. Little fish outbreak. I need to clean them, right? Infected with parasitic rock pox and must be purged using industrial cleaning tools. Yeah. Bonus pick specifically for you. Wow. I won. Then can I show this on stream? Because it's specifically for me. I'm just gonna do it with a gunner. Has a tree? Has a tree. Has a 2 is too, like, quiet. Yeah, has a tree.
Your pressurized vacuum tin can is ready to take you to the surface.
Not in 2 feet, by the way. I need to say this. Very important. Not in 2 feet. But that looks good. Why? You tell me that's hands? Oh, that's too far.
Really? I mean, really? You guys too? I thought the kobolds would be better than the dwarves.
Oh, no. Yeah, front talons. That looks like feet. That's feet. That's pseudo feet.
Oh, crap. Check out this move.
Alright, let's do it. Hazard tree, little fish outbreak, and a gold rush. I got this.
Critical roll!
May want to be pinned by it? That's because I like dragons. It's different. Not because I'm in 2 feet. Now that's different. Ugh. Tenchio Luma? Sorry, my PC is dying currently. Spacey raid, hi Tenchio Luma. And everyone, wow.
Time to have some fun.
Wait, now my brain just shuts down for a little bit. Hi, what were you doing? Oh, thanks. I can do this one. La Mulana. Oh. That's like the Metroidvania pixelated 2D platformer, isn't it? I think I've seen someone play, but I don't remember who played it. That game looks great though, by the way. Yeah. Thanks for the raid again. Appreciate. Welcome in. I hope we are doing good. My name is Tira. I'm a kobold. I do a bunch of games. I love finding games. And I do art occasionally. Like this kobold right here. But it's been a while. It's been a long time since I last did any art stream, so... I'm just feeling kind of lazy to do it. But yeah, I hope you are doing good. Thanks for raid again. Appreciate. Just playing Deep Rock Galactic.
We need to go in and get all the equipment that the previous team lost.
As kobold.
Oh god. Oh jeez, why did I have to look? Let's just hope this doesn't happen to you guys.
I get to play Deep Rock Galactic as a kobold. You know what? At least this time there's not constant bombs that's coming after me. But then there's Little Fish Outbreak. I think Little Fish Outbreak is not that bad, I would say. It's not that bad. How am I supposed to get up?
There! Zipline set
So long,
and ready.
fellas.
That works. I'm already hearing soldier noises. Is this cheating? Because I can hear the enemy so early on and from so far away as well. Nah, I'm not cheating. I'm just good. I'm just good. That's lawful.
Nope, still not good enough.
I think Bosco got him. Dude. That's not very good accuracy, isn't it? And it's getting too dark. I'm gonna cry. Alright, I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. I'm back. I got the lights on. Yeah, it should work properly now. I feel my kobold is working like a PowerPoint slideshow currently. Don't worry about it.
Coordinates transferred. Gotta check the terrain scanner.
Accuracy got better as you shoot. You're right. Oh! What the fuck is that? Oh! Oh, that's rare. Oh, rock pox nearby? Okay, I got it.
Woo! Glad to finally deposit. Felt like I was carrying a dreadnought on my back.
What the yip is that? I don't know.
Let's clean that stuff up. I sent a cleaning pod.
Thanks, Tweak. Oh, why is there so many babies? Oh my god, there's so many babies.
On site. Work fast and get rid of as much infection as possible.
Kobold cleaning spray. Oh my god, I love that. Little foamer. I think I can get.
Foaming up the area.
Yeah, I can use Bosco to suck them up. The little foam, I mean. Hey, Bosco.
Clean here, please.
Yep.
Vacuum up that foam.
Oh, that's so nice. Oh, it's up there. Okay, okay. Let's go, let's go.
There we go. Zip line set.
Taking the lithofoamer.
I guess the lithofoam. Yeah, lithofoam is season 3 thing, I think. Yeah, Dragon V did mention that the season 2 things are not finished yet. Season 1 thing are finishing.
Cover rockbox boils with bow.
Oh god. Alright, just do it, just do it. Throw it here, throw it here. How do I throw things again? I need to get the thing. The vac. There. I'm gonna get rock boxed.
Here we go.
Don't.
Disgusting. Deploying lithofoam.
Get out! Can I do things here? That's right. God. Too much. Need to clean it quick. Clean it.
Applying lithofoam on the rockbox boils. Step 2. Vacuum up all the foam and rockbox with the lithovac.
I think this will work as well. Nice. And then just... Oh my god, how big of an area this is. Alright. Go.
Foaming up the area.
Oh, thanks, Moscow. Oh, I got the wrong thing.
Blade blickers. Let's get some lithofoam on them.
Give them hell, boys!
Give him hell, boys! Oh, you're right. When I shoot, it just shoots really accurately. Am I dead? Nope. Oh, that is so good.
I think I killed a right one there.
Oh, that is so good. Okay, I just need to wait for them to get out, and I just continue clean loo. Just get the foamer. God, no.
Bosco, time to clean up.
Where are the rest of them?
Step 1. Cover rockbox boils with bow.
I think that's enough.
Hey, Bosco! Rockbox infection! Ready for removal. Box!
How do I get out? Too steep.
All done on the zip line.
Not this one.
Here I come.
Can I grab the other one?
I feel like I'm getting sick.
Thank you.
Deploying lithofoam.
Alright, how much more? Can't see shit. I hate it here. Oh. It's fine, it's fine. Should get that health.
Place the zip line.
Oh, I forgot I have the shield!
Yeah.
Okay, just a tad bit more. Up there. Okay, okay. And you get out. Ow.
You're out! I live for this!
Just need a little bit more.
Applying lithofoam on the rock box boils. Every larva killed is one less infected glyphid.
Where's the Praetorian? Nice. Okay, good. Alright, get back up.
Here we go.
The infection is spreading! Applying lithofoam on the rock box boils.
Oh, thank goodness.
Small clean for dwarfs, one giant clean for kobold cleaning spray. Our sponsor for today's mission.
Thanks, Tweak. Our sponsor, Kobold Cleaning Service. See, kobolds are not stinky. Kobolds are great. They're never stinky. They clean you up too. What? Is there like a...
Larva splattered.
There's more outbreaks? Oh, there's one more. Okay, there's one more outbreak. Can I just not care about the Ebo nuts? Ebo nut... they're hard to find.
Oh, why are you smashing that mini mule? Oh, wait, you fixed it.
No ammo? Wow.
Time to put those claws to work, Bosco.
Oh, Bosco knows.
Imagine the looks on their faces when they see the horde that we bring back.
Kill their rockpox larva.
Wow, shiny. Thanks, Bosco.
I know I keep saying it, but it's true. This place is almost nice compared to last time. Almost.
There's one more there.
Hey, Bosco, can you dig it?
Yeah, I'm not good at this. I'm not even gonna try that. Okay, stay here, stay here. Oh. That hurts. I thought I saw one more just now. One more big shiny. As a gunner, I really have to rely on Bosco mining. Yeah, there it is. There's two of them even.
Show me how you mine, Bosco.
Okay, while Bosco is doing that, I'm just gonna keep going. There should be like a little phage outbreak nearby, like that. Yeah, it's just there. Okay, okay. Please don't. Oh god. Oh, stink. Oh god.
Where is that old girl? Molly!
Thanks, Bosco. I think there should be another one run. No? Yeah, it's not shiny anymore. Maybe there's only one. Okay. Hmm. Right, found it.
That had to hurt!
Calling down cleansing equipment.
Sending in the cleaning equipment. Hey, this stuff works for a kobold mess. It's probably gonna have no problem with that invention. So load up, let's get cleaning.
Ooh.
Die, you pox noodle.
Ooh. Not enough shiny. I know. So sad. I need more shiny. But then again, it's all a lot of bad things here.
Hey, am I the only one keeping score here?
Okay.
Come on, we can make it through this. Step 1. Cover rockbox boils with bow.
Nice one. Okay, this one hopefully is not too hard of a terrain here. Hopefully. Oh god. I'm hearing a lot of noises. I don't like it. I'm getting rockbox, DD.
Shields up! Take cover inside!
Oh, that's nice.
Leg is the worst.
Shields recharged!
Okay, wait for a little bit.
We need to fight that.
After watching all that power washing, it almost makes me think that this would make a great game. Some sort of power washing simulator.
Oh my god, Twig. The game's great. Never played it myself, but I do enjoy watching people play Power Washing Simulator. Something about that game just feels a lot. It's like the mega chill game. Like if you want like a very good time and just like no thoughts, head empty, just watch things. Yeah, that's your game.
And just like that, it's downloaded. Now to check the terrain. Just what I needed. From downtown!
Wait, there's 4 legs here? I think I'm just gonna ignore the Ebo nut for this one.
Do you fix all broken machines with hammers?
Is that Sanic?
I don't think I can ever go back to just simply mining! This is my life
Crunchy!
Oh, that feels good. I didn't think Gunner would be so fun. Hi, Zephyr. Oh, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Oh my god, this Sonic just... Can you stop? Can you like... Oh my god.
Down you go!
Can she stop coming back here? I cannot just jump down. Oh, we have burp noises going on outside. What is the amount of loot bug? They're just asking to be bombed. I mean, as a kobold, I don't think I can resist that. Sorry, friends.
Here, catch! It has to be done. It has to be done. Sometimes it has to be done.
Sorry, friends.
Explosives out!
Woo! God, all the shiny though, but I feel terrible. Why do I feel terrible when there's so many shinies running around?
Yeah, golden nitro! Look on the bright side of things, right?
I'm in pain.
I'm gonna need the mule. Taste my might!
I'm in pain, but I'm still doing it.
Come on, Molly!
Kobold lurking for now, making lunch. Alright, go get lunch. Have good lurk and big appreciate.
That guy up in mission control is really missing out. Pause it time!
What the amount of gold though. Hope you have good numbs, Merp.
Ah, I love that sound.
Okay, we need one more mule. I feel like I'm gonna need a lot of traversing too. Gonna need a lot of the zip line. Ay 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 ay.
Resupply ordered!
Here, have a supply pod on me. And by on me, I mean on you. And by on you, I mean give me your nitra.
Resupply's here! Everybody load up and patch up! Okay, collecting ammunition. One down, two down, come on! I can do this!
Okay, one more meal. Oh, I regret. Oh. I jumped too early.
Get me up, Bosco! I knew I could count on you, Bosco! I'm absolutely loving how things work down here.
Oh, how do I get back up? Oh god. At least it worked out.
Die! Here I come!
Okay, no more jumping too early. Alright, alright. Okay, good. I think there was like a dirt path around here. Oh, I got you baited. Oh, it's up there. Everything's fine. I'm a gunner. Wait, where's the third path?
Never felt better.
Yeah, this place is nice. This place is nice.
Can't risk spilling it. I'm gonna have to come back for this later. Shake those legs of yours, Molly. You know, I just remembered. Someone owes me lunch. Just gotta remember who it was. Gotcha! Yay, worthless crystal!
I like that. Oh, I see it. Okay. Molly, where are you going?
Sweet. All right, zip line ready.
You are a coward. Do you call
Coordinates transferred. Gotta check the terrain scanner.
Words cannot how much I hate dwarves right That is not a beard. That is an excuse to kick your ass.
Why do those lines sounds like they're just like custom recorded lines? It's like the voice actor added them afterwards. I don't think there's dwarf in Team Fortress 2? And then Soldiers just says that words gonna express how much I hate dwarves right now? It's like, what? That must be custom made.
Well done, I guess. I don't know how hammering it fixed it, but it worked.
Oh yeah!
So much for those fuels now. It's time to get to the drop pod.
Oh boy. That feels good. Okay, drop one's over there. I don't think I want to care about the Ebo nut, to be honest. Ebo nut is so hard to find because Ebo nut has a chance of them being on the ceiling where I cannot get them. And as a gunner, I think it's just a little bit too much of a hassle. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that. It's okay, you know.
Gun's completely empty!
Oh boy.
Fuck!
Yeah, next time I go shopping at MODIO, I'm getting myself a little bit for me and a little bit for my friend here. Feeling much better now.
Okay, I'm just gonna do this.
The Molly and mini Mollies are heading back. Remember, you can always deposit on the drop pod if you can't deposit in Molly. Let's get that broken down pod
She's heading
fixed.
back to the drop pod. Let's follow.
Supply pods on the way. Oh, and I know the beacon is shiny, but stay away from it.
All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition
All
and
the
sugar.
mules are back in the pod. Now we just have to establish a connection to find out what's wrong with the thing.
Okay, remember, this can actually fail the mission? Okay, need to be careful.
Resupply on its way.
Alright, here we go.
Sending in the supplies. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have touched that. And that team's dead. You'll get your supplies soon.
I mean, this only has a
All
tree.
right,
Should be
our present's
fine.
here. Everybody go get what you need.
It only has a tree. Don't worry about it.
So you're telling me that you hit it with a hammer enough times and it started working? That sounds like a goblin tactic. Anyway, the uplink's working. We're trying to triangulate your position, so please stay in the zone.
I want to stay away from the shield.
50%. Have you gone into a tunnel or something? We're getting bad reception.
Okay, shield's charged up. Shield's up. Use it.
Triangulation is 75%. Why is it going so slow? Oh, right. Mining, underground. I got it.
Get the haircut hippie.
Okay, shield's charged up again. Oh shit!
Ooh.
Here, get inside.
The fuel cells have arrived. Luckily, these ones are more stable than the last ones. Now you just gotta plug it in.
Shields are charged and ready to use.
Alright, this should be easy. I hope. No, it doesn't feel easy. Oh. Oh no. You know what? I should... Gosh, is this life without platform? And or without driller? Okay, this should work. Hopefully it's not too steep. Okay, good.
Now that you've connected it to the drop pod, I guess you just have to hit the wheels.
Emotional damage!
Emotional damage. Why? What did I do to you, Kawawa? Hey. How you doing? I didn't do anything to you. Oh, thanks, Pinky. Yeah, Kabbalah strengths.
Cells are starting up. You have to stay inside the radiation zone. Protection zone to keep them charging.
Also, Kabbalah cute. So yeah, that's enough reason to follow Kabbalah.
That's all? You're ridiculous! Deployed!
Praetorian?
Grenade!
Ooh, that was on point.
The bigger they are, the more holes you
What does the character sound different? Because it's a kobold mod. I'm actually playing as a kobold instead of dwarves. And don't worry about those spider noises, they are normal. Yeah, there's a mod for this game that overhauls into
Emotional damage.
It's so well made too. You should try it. You play this game, right? You can also become kobold. Come here, pumpkin. Oh, Steve. Am I dying? Probably. Thanks, Steve. Okay, now I can go to somewhere nice.
All right, loading back up. Oops, I shouldn't have touched that. Remember, 1 bullet each. Unless they want more, then by all means, give them more. Loading up for more destruction. Yeah. Onboard mainframe translated to Gnomish. Oh wait, that's not right. Calculating your orbital trajectory. Man, I'm not good at math. Powering radiation shielding. Not like that's gonna help much after standing near those fuel cells.
I'm so glad I'm playing on Hazard Tree.
Ecom operational. What's an ecom? Heads up! Thrusters calibrated and turned up to 11 just for you guys. Catch this!
Mmm.
Okay, taking ammunition. Oh wait, we gotta wait for
That's how you play gunner, right?
Okay, well, get on board. We're gonna leave with or without you. Throwing grenade!
Yes, but I stopped playing it. Oh, that's fair.
Ammo taken.
I saw you were playing it a lot.
Emotional damage.
Loading up for more destruction.
I'm not trying to emotional damage you,
Give the
lah.
little guy some sugar.
Now this is emotional damage.
Shield deployed.
I can come here, pumpkin. It's the worst thing a spooner can say.
Okay, this isn't happening. Mission accomplished. We're bringing you home. Just what I needed.
Nice. Driller is fun, but the flamethrower is I don't feel that flamethrower is strong enough. So cute, wow. But then you're also cute, boo. Actually did the little phage outbreak.
Well done. You're getting closer to completing your assignment.
Need to check the time. Yeah, it's already 7. Sorry about the screen. Recharge faster?
Every little bit helps.
I like the total ammo.
Fantastic mod.
Especially as I want to play more, I'm getting hungry. I need food. It's like 7. Here, let's teleport for a little bit.
The drink that's like an amnesiac drink.
Yeah,
Except
time to
you know
eat.
where you're gonna. Wait, no, I guess you don't. Okay, I guess it's like that. Warhol special, please.
Bark.
How disappointed management's gonna be when they find out even the kobolds are slacking off and just dancing around. Well, I guess at least you guys are cheaper.
What's up, what's up? Are you better with English or Chinese? Chinese all the way. Because my mother tongue is Chinese lah, and no one in the family speaks Chinese. No one in the family speaks English other than me. So if I'm not streaming, then it's just Chinese all the way. I only speak English whenever I speak with like speak with my friends outside of this area, like West Malaysia friends, overseas friends. But then my in real life friends around here is like middle school friends, primary school friends. We all they're all not very well versed in English. Understandable. Like I'm the only one around my friends circle is, you know, it is quite okay with English. I wouldn't say that my English is really good, but I can communicate, right?
Sheesh! I swear, someday this wormhole special is gonna make me pop inside of someone. Wait, that sounded horrible in an entirely different way I did not intend. Yep, I just wormholed myself. Wait, that sounded wrong.
That's a good session. Do I want to play more tomorrow? Ooh, that'll be great though. Like, I'm juggling between.
Damn, I'm good at this.
I'm juggling between Tekken and or this. Like I've been obsessed with Tekken lately. It's like
That will do.
Nah, I want to play more of these. Like, let me be obsessed with this a little bit.
Potato, baby.
Fucking patience.
That's pretty.
But your English is pretty good still, far from bad, especially compared to something like mine. Do both make use of multiple screens? That's not only high tech, but also my brain needs to be very high tech as well. Gosh, how do I even get geese cone? Chat can go on the phone. But then I cannot control both.
I thought you'd be so bold as to be this destructive.
Thanks, Tweak.
That ain't no pink slip. It's a script.
There's so many things. How the heck does a water ant come in here? That's a big one. Oh my god, please don't fly my way. I'm real bugs.
Had my cute little eye on you the moment I saw you in the cosmetic tree.
I guess I can play more of these tomorrow.
It's no old wives' tale. We are indeed the Golden Scale.
Twitch has plays Deep Rock Galactic and you play Tekken 7. Is that even possible? Wait, can you control my game? Golden Scales. Hi, Jane. Golden Scales indeed. Cell 61, 63. This? I have 800. Oh, sure. Give me the money.
Now that was a good deal.
Hi, Jade. How you doing? Get booped. Get booped.
Look at the little guy go!
Should be very possible. What? I didn't know that. Don't expect any pass on animations though. Yeah, no. I get that. I have to get the whisker. This one is also good.
Making it look right takes time.
That looks kind of cursed. Oh, if I put in this.
Yeah, maybe?
I mean, the socks kind of works. The person behind the models is working on refitting all the armor and stuff to kobolds. God, there's gonna be a lot of work. Also, I'm very excited for it. I want it. Like, so far I'm okay with all the...
Yeah, okay, maybe?
The KPM. The KPM mod. Cosmetics. Yeah, see they have like KPM here, meaning that they fit for the kobolds. None is also great.
Worked my tail off to get that.
He's cool why he does that. I'm fucking tired of tailless... Oh, tailless kobolds. Yeah. I'm pulling all the furries anyway. So why not make them proper armor? Oh. What a legend. What a hero. Yeah, speaking of like tailless kobolds, you know Fortnite has like a new... Well, not new. Fortnite has a lizard character? Like, by all means, that lizard looks good. Where my tail, huh? It's like, where my tail, I'm gonna go punch something. Why is the tail not there? Why is the tail not present? Right? It's so sad. Like, most of the characters in Fortnite is like, ooh, looks good. And then you look behind, there's no tail. It's like, fuck. Sad. He has an actual lore behind him being tailless? It got cut off a long time ago, and the Kaiju Crusher is his tail. Ooh. The Kaiju Crusher is his tail. So the Kaiju Crusher is another character in Fortnite, question mark? Shit. Alright, I'm big again. I'm biggin'. Kaiju Crusher is the pickaxe? The pickaxe is his tail? God, then just shove the shove the pickaxe to the tail area. It's not what you think. It's just making it into a tail, right? Again, it's not what you think. Ooh, I want to listen to this one. Oh, he's hot and I can't help myself. Fair, fair. Like, the lizard character does look very hot. NGL, right? NGL, not gonna lie. That is a very good looking lizard character. Very, very. But tail... I heckin' love tail. Like, where's my tail? Oh. Alright. You want mega long snoot? I should change the sun. I should change the. Oh, how about like long short, long short, long short. Oh, wait. Oh, it's gone. It's all snoot. Look at that, all snoot, baby. Oh, that looks mega cursed. The body's... There's a snake in there. No, the face at the side... Whoa, the face at the sides are actually just the hood. I could change the maximum jank filter thing. I think it's here. Wait, no, it's not properties. I don't know how to make it random. Yeah, I can only change the rotation. I don't know how to change the thing.
Emotional damage!
Kid keeps pressing things on the phone. It's okay, it's Kitty. Kitty good. Kitty very good. Coffee makes stuff? Ooh, hey. Never really got a chance to rate coffee. Okay, such a nice artist. But look at me. I'm like looking at other people do art. And they're just like, God, they're so good. And then here's me, who's not even doing art for months. I need to practice my art more. Maybe I should start working on my models. Yeah. Yeah, I totally should. Oh, I know this character. Yeah, I'm gonna rate coffee mix stuff. Oh, you only stream for 2 minutes? Cool. 2 minutes? 2 hours. Almost 3 hours. That shows how hungry I am. I am very hungry. I still create masterpieces all the time. All the same. These 3? Maybe. I need to do more 3D art. Go eat a dragon on their jams. I can eat dragons all this time, so I can nom drag. I mean, I could bite them. Only if I can eat them. I should stop thinking about that. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna plug things real quick. You guys hear nothing. Did that happen? Nah. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Eat them dragons? Nola, I love dragons. Yeah, can I just bite them off, love? Thanks, Pinky. Well, again, I have a Discord where you guys can join at any time you want. It's totally fine. I mean, we pretty much just vibe there. I don't talk a lot, to be honest, which I feel bad for. But like, I do read all the things that's happening inside the channel. Definitely. Yeah. Also, Dragon Sipping Corner. There you go. I was thinking if Twitter is actually dying these days. Especially with what I heard that Elon Musk is facing like a huge lawsuit. I don't know. I mean, Twitter is great, but it's just Twitter lately is just kind of dog shit. Okay, maybe I should rephrase that. Twitter was great until Elon Musk stepped out, so that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Okay, I want to play more Deep Rock Galactic tomorrow. Hope you guys don't mind. I just want to mine shinies, get golden scales. Let me type the rate real quick first. I can't even guess what this lawsuit is about. So many things to sue for. Yeah, that's the thing. Too many to count. I have no idea what that's about for. It's kind of funny. We'll see. I will still be like staying in Twitter until ultimately they break. I don't know. Until then, I'll still be on Twitter most of the time. I'm not even really at Facebook anymore. Yeah, I'm not really at Facebook anymore. Again, I type in the rate. All good. Gonna go get myself some dinner now. Alright? So, before the raid, I wanna say and thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. What do I want to say again? I'm sorry, my brain just shuts down for a second there. Oh god. Oh man. Oh. I forgot. I'm just gonna raid. I'm just gonna raid. It's fine. Alright, here comes a raid. The coffee mixed up. Don't worry about it. I forgot what I wanted to say. It's okay. I'm sure I'll remember it next time. Twitter is still full of theory that this art of a dragon. I retweet a lot of dragons. I should probably put it into Dragon Simping Corner as well, if I have the time. I mean, it's not even hard to do it. I'll do it, definitely. Thanks for streaming, and thanks for being here, all of you. Appreciate. Let me just do Raid Shiny. Is it Raid Shinies or Raid Shiny? Fuck. It's Raid Shinies. Oh, there it is. I can't. Keep forgetting things. There it is. That's a raid message. I mean, use whatever emote you guys have is totally fine, right? If you guys don't have my emote, use whatever emote you guys have. It's totally fine. I seriously forgot what I wanted to say just now. I'm trying to think back. It's like, what was my brain thinking? I don't even remember. Retrace chat? I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. It's okay. I'll remember it tonight. Hopefully. I'll try my best. Okay, then see you guys tomorrow, huh? I'll play more Deep Rock Galactic. So thanks again, all of you. Love you all. Be safe, everyone. Bye 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 bye. Bye bye. Much love. Can't even remember. It's weird.